So, time for new things, as is frequently the case around here. Now, I know next to nothing about this game. I have purposely kept myself in the dark about a lot of how this game works, a lot of the things that happen in it, because I know this is one of those games that's best served if you don't know. But what I do know is that this is a weird game. For one. For two, as best I can tell from looking at store pages and such and getting little bits and bobs of information so I understand at least the base idea of what I'm getting into, you take the anomalies from something like Stalker and you combine that with a driving game. You can even compare it to like The Long Drive, for example, considering there's car repair and such that you have to keep track of, and the car can and will wander off without you if you don't park it properly. And you get the Pacific Drive, basically. Now, detailed beyond that, I have no idea. That's what we're going to be learning today, hopefully. Is there anything else I really need to talk about before we get this ball rolling? Not especially. Like, some of you may have noticed that I did a bunch of reactive images for people for using Discord or in group chats and such. I made that. I made 2 of those yesterday. I intend to do at least 1 more of them tonight. We'll see how that ends up playing out. And of course, those of you that pay attention to numbers may notice we are 15 away from 600 followers now. So that's good. Whether we'll actually reach that or not anytime quick, well, that's anybody's guess, really. Because in some cases 15's a lot, in some cases it isn't. Really, it's gonna be a bit of a mixed bag on that one, I suspect. Oh, Twitch, why are you this way? I'm just staring at my dashboard because it's convinced I'm still offline even though the timer's going up. Love the fact that that's all working perfectly, as always. But without worrying about that, because I don't think I need to worry about that, considering OBS isn't telling me any problems and everything is reacting as if I'm live aside from the bitrate. We're just gonna go for it and hope for the best. Now, I did have a save because I spent a little bit of time getting a feel for the base functions of the game and making sure audio was balanced decently. Now, there is a extra note I want to put out for audio balancing. There may be things later in the game that are going to be louder than anything I encountered in the tutorial and the opening area, because I didn't even finish the opening area on purpose. Let me know if anything gets excessively loud. Oh yeah, before I go into this menu, let me walk you through the options I took, actually. That will be relevant somewhat. FOV is pretty standard. I left all the bobbing and such on. Note the fact that I reduced the flickering visuals. I don't know how strong any of that stuff was, so it seemed safer on everybody's eyes, especially mine, to just turn that off. Or at least reduce it. I left tumbling on because I personally want to see it when my car just starts tumbling across the field, because I think it'll be funny. If it is a motion sickness concern for people, we can address that as we go. But I, at the very least, wanted to see how that'll look. Because y'all know how I drive. I drive very aggressively. So more than likely we're gonna end up hurling ourselves through the air at some point in ways we're not supposed to. I didn't really mess with any of this stuff. I did get rid of the auto recentering because I want to be able to look around while I'm driving, because I feel like separating my head from my car is going to be vitally important to keeping myself alive. Loot highlight, I think, was on by default, and I just kind of left it on. I didn't turn on high visibility loot yet because it didn't seem like stuff was hard to find, so I think that'll be fine. I didn't touch the weather effects at all. If lightning starts getting bad, I may turn that off, but for the time being, I think it'll be okay. And all these low meter warnings, they should be fine. Didn't really do anything here because you can't do anything here or on this screen. You have to do this when you're actually on the other screen. Didn't touch controls at all because I didn't have any reason to. If you want to get a base idea of where my audio settings are at, as you can see, it's actually like almost all flat 50s. And it all sounds pretty good and looks right on the meters. If any of that's wrong, you know, obviously chime in and we'll fix it. I left the radio music source as is because they have a stream safe mode, so it should be fine. And I'm curious to see what kind of music they end up playing for us. I did adjust all the dialogues and such so that none of that blows anybody's ears out. Most of my settings are medium to low. This is something I do want to point out to people. I capped the frames at 30 for the moment, because I noticed it was dropping just a little bit whenever I had it at 60, and it was eating the entire graphics card to do its thing, so we're just gonna kind of play that one by ear. If I feel comfortable as we're going, I may put it up to 60, but 30 should be plenty for what this is gonna do. So I don't see any reason to fiddle about with that going higher. Now let's actually get this ball rolling. It gives you quite a few difficulties right off the top, and I'm not going to be customizing anything yet, because I don't know enough about the game to customize anything. We're more than likely going to do Pacific Drive, so we're going to start from the bottom here in reading them, and then we'll go for it. Iron Wagon, an extreme gauntlet to challenge the most dedicated breachers with no room for failure. Notice how everything is full. Everything is awful. Olympic Gauntlet, an extreme gauntlet to challenge the most dedicated breachers. Everything's harder. Basically, these are the same as far as I can tell. This one just is permadeath mode and this one isn't. Mechanics Road Trip, a challenging drive and susceptible car will provide a test for your forethought on problem solving and automobile experience. Terrain and the status of the car impact driving more. Items to repair the car are more costly to craft and can't be crafted on a run. So driving difficulties maximized, damage is high, basically everything other than crafting requirements and environmental hazards are 3 or 4. Nuclear Journey, an unpredictable irradiated journey that only the car can protect you from. Every map will be filled with low-dose radiation that is harmful to the player. Storms are faster and stronger, hazards and damage are more plentiful. So driving difficulty and crafting wasn't increased, but everything else went up. Joyride, a Sunday drive to focus on the Olympic Peninsula. The same gameplay and tension as Pacific Drive, but gathering, crafting, and research requirements are all lowered. Damage and failure penalties are minimal. So, that does what it says on the tin there. Scenic Tour, a scenic route through the story of Pacific Drive. Crafting requirements, resource consumption, driving difficulty, hazards, dangers, storms, and all damage are all lowered or disabled. The player cannot die. That just seems disappointing. But it would be necessary for some, and probably convenient for others to, like, mess about with. We will, as I said, be going with Pacific Drive, the standard Pacific Drive experience, where everything is set to 2. The crafting requirements didn't seem outrageous on any of the basic stuff, so I don't anticipate any of this being a problem. A lot of the damages and hazards I would have left at 2, even if I did change things. At most, I would have potentially lowered the driving difficulty just to fuck about with the car more, and lowered the crafting requirements just so I could make things easier, but there's no reason to do any of that at the moment. In 1947, the Olympic Peninsula became the staging ground for a promising new technology. As rumors of its utopian creation spread, so did stories about overnight evacuations, unsolved disappearances, and unnatural encounters. Now, of course, it's going straight into the weird shit. In 1955, the government walled off a section of the peninsula to establish the Olympic Exclusion Zone. For 30 years, the zone's borders grew until the government withdrew and sealed every access point. What happened inside was never disclosed. I'm assuming an Until Now is coming soon. Maybe not. There we go. We got a manifest, a map. Got an address to knock on, stay on the roads. Music. Hold that thought. Okay, I did turn desktop audio back on. I wasn't sure. I needed to double check. This music, by the way, was hella loud when I first booted this up. So, I'm glad it's not blasting my ears out anymore. Yeah, car's already in drive, so let's go. Keep half an eye on that mirror. We can just kind of take it easy at the moment. We don't need to stress about anything right now. A lot of rocks in the road, though. It really could do with working on this road a bit better. Then again, if we're going somewhere we don't belong, maybe just maybe the road's never been worked on since things happened. Suppose that would make sense, huh? It's starting to rain, so we'll go ahead and turn the wipers on. I don't know if rain actually affects your driving on difficulty 2 or not. I would assume at higher difficulties it almost certainly would. I don't know if it affects it at 2 or not. We're the only one on the road, so I don't need to worry about staying within the lines perfectly. We just need to stay on the road. But even at the lower settings, this game looks good. Like, they did good work with the effects and everything. It looked a little bit better till I modified some of the settings down a little bit more, but that's how it goes, you know? There wouldn't be a reason to have settings if they didn't change anything. Looking at you, a few AAA games. Going into a tunnel. Lights on. You know, just a nice chill drive. Nothing bad's happening. Nothing weird's gonna happen, right? I'm sure everything's absolutely fine. That whole thing about the Pacific Exclusion Zone and everything, I'm sure that's fine. We're not going there. We are getting a little out there, though, so the radio's stopping. Car's starting to slew a little bit, so let's just chill out a little. Yep, no more road. Guess we're going this way. You know, road closures happen all the time, right? Every now and then you gotta just take weird detours to get where you're going. Yeah, I don't need the headlights over here. No, that doesn't seem normal. You know, maybe weird things are happening over here. There's a light up there. There's more of the weird floaty rocks. I don't think the ground should be bubbling like that. At least it's clearing up as soon as we get there, though, so maybe I'm just imagining things. Wouldn't be the first time on that one, huh? Oh, that doesn't seem good. Well, that's also not good. The car's dead. Oh, gate to hell, huh? Yep. Well, this is a problem. Well, never mind. Welcome to hell. Population us now, I guess. Oh, okay. Had a flash of concern there when I saw a Discord notification. It's like, did I forget something? But no, I think the only thing on a Thursday I'm doing is next week. So, I see. Okay. Everything being slightly green is probably not what I want. Oh, that doesn't look good. Look at him go. He's having a great time. Can I have this? Nope. Oh, breaking things. Tires are useful, right? Nope, can't have it. Can't have shit in this weird world. Eh. Eh. Weird. I wouldn't mind being able to ignore gravity. It seems awfully convenient, all things considered. I know they told me to sprint, but I really don't feel like I'm that concerned. I don't see any reason to be concerned. Sure, everything's a little weird, floaty, and green, but it's not hurting me. So what do I have to worry about, you know? This is all a dream, probably. Weird sounding dream, admittedly, but you know. Get this tree out of my way. It would have to be a dream for me able to just kick through a chunk of tree like that.
Hello? What a swine.
Car's talking to me, that's weird.
Francis, the radar's acting up again. You were supposed to tune up this piece of junk years ago.
How long have they been here if it's been years? Yeah, let's just fix this tire, I guess, while we're here. I don't know if I want to get in this car. It's better than walking, I guess. Looks a little bit bad, and it looks pretty old. Like, even compared to the car we were just in. Yeah, I know, you want me to turn the key. Put her in drive. Let's go.
Yes, it's back. It's back. This is Tobias Barlow and Francis Cook, located in mid-zone sector B. Do you read me? I'm picking up
I
the
hear
distress
you.
signal in the outer zone. It looks like you're somewhere around sector E. Hey, Francis, come here. Yes, it's urgent. Leave that interferometer alone for a second. Something is out there.
Get the feeling they don't get guests very often if they're that interested immediately. Oh, this thing is a bit of a jalopy, huh?
Hey, we got a live one. Hey, do you copy? Hello? Hello? Is this thing working?
The classic, oh, my stuff must be broken, they don't hear me.
We won't hear a thing back.
Huh.
Yep.
But if they're stranded...
Oh, car's out of gas. Huh, awkward.
They're a breacher. Hey, how did you get through the barrier wall? No one's gotten into the zone.
What part of I can't hear you didn't you get,
And
bud?
if we don't get them to safety, this one won't either.
That's a good point. Hey, you're in serious danger. The instability's closing in, and it's gonna scramble you quicker than beef in a blender.
Oh, that's great to hear.
A few miles east. Get there however you can, and be quick about it.
Well, good news, cars are pretty quick. Bad news, a car with no gas doesn't go anywhere. Whoever it was that was inconsiderate enough to leave this car laying around with no gas in it, and to hear from me. Sounds like said instability is awful close. Oh yeah, everything's turning weird again. I think I should go.
Whoa, wait, hold the phone. There it is again, that blip on the spectrometer. I've seen that waveform before, but where? Oh, kidding. Could it be? A remnant?
Maybe.
It can't be. There hasn't been one in decades.
Look at that spectral fingerprint. And tell
How
me
long
that
have these
doesn't
people
match
been
the
alive
remnant
if they know of things that haven't been for
How
decades?
fast this creature seems to be moving.
Huh. You know, if I didn't know better,
I mean, I would assume they've been here basically since the incident happened that caused the Olympic exclusion zone.
And it's a car this time? Holy cripes! No one's had working wheels in here for ages.
Really convenient for me that the remnant happened to be a car. Imagine if it was a bicycle.
Okay,
It'd be
let's
really
not ahead of
weird.
ourselves. First, the creature needs to get to safety. Then we can look into whether that car is a remnant or not.
My heart of hearts, I already know. They're back, baby.
At least somebody's excited about this situation. I can't say I am, considering I'm the one doing the work right now. But, you know, it's an interesting place to be at the very least. Not been a dull moment so far. Not ideal because I think my tire just fell off, but you know. This is as good a place as any to leave this car. Alright. A little bit of breaking and entering never hurt anybody, right? At least, you know, not the one doing the breaking. Oh, convenient of them to leave the door open for me. Turn the power on. That's a pretty sweet place they got here.
Who's there? The shop. God, it's been breached.
Uh-huh.
5 seconds to get the hell out before I... Ow,
You do what?
my head.
You been drinking all night?
It's an emergency broadcast.
Hello, attention. This message is for Dr. Ophelia Turner. We sent a breacher to your garage on official zone business. Now,
Where is this backpack? They said the table, but there's a lot of tables.
Possession of a remnant, which has taken the form of a car and was
Get off the remnant thing. She's not gonna care.
right, like I said,
There we go.
for official zone business. Protocol demands that you keep them alive until we can get them to safety. Now, if you do not comply, I will occupy this broadcast channel with a recitation of the entire collection of poems I've personally written. That's 10 years and 17 volumes, and...
That is quite the threat.
That voice is like a nail gun to the skull.
So, another preacher, huh? How do you outsiders not understand that Arda didn't build that 300-meter wall out there for fun? Unless you're one of the unfortunates who got zapped through. Wait,
I mean, I did kind of get
I
zapped.
just remembered. I don't give a damn why or how you got here. You're trespassing, and I'd kindly like you to get the hell out of my zone.
Your zone, huh? Who died and made you queen?
The barrier wall is as fortified against breachers trying to get in as it is against anyone or anything trying to leave. We have to find you a way out. So you might as well start by fixing up that car. Just don't break anything in my shop with those soft hands of yours.
Bold of you to assume my hands are soft in any way, shape, and or form. For all you know, I'm a mechanic. The way I'm bumbling around your shop may show otherwise, but I've never been here. So, you know. So I need duct tape and fabric. I know. I need plastic, duct tape, glass shards, and scrap metal. Where, pray tell, am I gonna get all the parts I require for this? Oh, right, I need to add the thing to the to-do list. That's what it's yelling at me about. Be real convenient if everything I needed just happened to be in this trunk. I also can't open it. But there's always more than one way to solve a problem. In some cases, that other way is violence. We all know I'm good at that. Help. There we go. Nice and easy. Let's go ahead and just... Oh, you can actually break it with the pry bar. I'm not sure that's what I should have done, but you know what? That's what I did. I guess that's why they called it a friendly dumpster, huh? So, not sure how friendly it is when you're spitting things at people, but... You know what? You gave me a big saw, so... All under the bridge. Water under the bridge. Now this is how you break a car down. Ooh, I got a steel sheet out of that. Neat. You know, I might want that tire. So I don't think I can take the tires off these anyway. Nah, you know what, hell with it. Just gonna go ahead and shred it. See, this one's a flat, so I don't mind shredding this one regardless. Nobody needs a flat tire, especially not one that came pre-flattened. That just doesn't help anybody. Now, I don't think I need all the parts off of this, but, you know, why not strip the entire car for parts, right? Steal a little bit of fuel that's in there because I can. We weren't getting that well treated by this lady anyway, so it's fine. Now we got a new door. We can either slap it on the back here, or we can slap it on the side. I'm gonna go ahead and put it on here. We'll make another door for the trunk in a minute. Because I didn't actually realize that could go on the trunk. I should have thought about that. When I was testing this, I went looking for a specific trunk repair or piece and didn't find one. This tire's all jacked up. The other one's flat. Just go ahead and put that there for the second. Because what it actually wants us to do is actually fix things up first. Alright, that one's full. Even though it doesn't look full. Just slap some of this magic goo on things and it'll repair itself. It's fine. As to how that works or why it works, weird zone nonsense. Yeah, we're also missing a panel over here, so we probably should fix that up. Like, I assume it has something to do with the instability of the stuff here in the exclusion zone. Where it just magically works. Don't even have a rear bumper. What a tragic car this is. Yeah, Washington 1947, so that is from the same time that the zone was born, I do believe. And we can scan all of our stuff. You can see that we need to fix the flat here. Or we can just rip the tire off and replace it with this one. For the sake of learning, though, how about we actually make the sealing kit? And we can also keep that as a spare tire, which might be a better idea. Use the repair putty to finish fixing the tire. Because we're going to want this thing to be in good shape, considering the car and I are now stuck on this journey together. Okay, it is gaining health, it just still has the problem that needs to be fixed. It's really storming up out there. I need a piece of plastic. How am I gonna get a piece of plastic? Oh. That probably would have plastic in it. Oh yeah, let me scan it. There we go. Because you'll be told what tool you need to take something apart and all that good stuff if you scan before you destroy. A lot of things that I've encountered so far are easy enough to assume this is how you dismantle, but never hurts to make sure. That is a much bigger storm than I had when I was testing this. So good to know all of that is unique. No, I already had the mechanic kit, but you know what? A second one's probably a good idea to have. Dunk dunk. That's how you fix parts, right? You just kind of tap it with a wrench and it magically works again. Slap some putty on there to make sure that this is all good. Move these flares out of the way. It is important to have things stored appropriately. Otherwise, weird things happen. Now we got cardboard boxes in the trunk, which we apparently needed to use a drill to put in. Maybe we just, like, and screwed them into the floor.
Oh, there's a little prototype of mine in the garage. The Arc device. Hook it up to your car, wherever it'll fit.
There we go. Now we got a map and everything to replace the map we had before.
It's your North Star and the only way back to safety. Heck, you should consider it the Father, Son, and Holy Spirit if you plan on staying alive. That's how important this thing will be to you. Yes, that's my very own invention. I'll tell you more about it if you live long enough to use it.
You know, that's a fair deal, all things considered. If I die and you had already told me, then you'd have to tell whoever comes next too. It would just start becoming a waste of your time. Probably did this a few times. Blueprint, impact hammer. I'm always down for a hammer. Let's see. We can make gears now. We can't make the hammer until we get a gas cylinder. We can make the gears right now, but I don't think there's any reason to. We may want to just hang on to the parts for the time being. Convenient there's just a gas pump in here, but it is a garage, so you would certainly expect there to be a gas pump. Just fill her up. There we go. Oh, conveniently I'm already aligned with the charging station. It's almost like I knew to do that already. Though, fun fact, when I did the testing for this, I happened to park in the exact same spot without knowing that. But now the car is fully charged, everything's good. Now we pick our destination from this device.
Within these borders, all matter has lost the ability to hold a constant physical state. What that means is the shape, size, and makeup of just about everything constantly changes. Mild grass can turn into 10 miles of swamp in the blink of an eye, and it does. Constantly.
That sounds
It's caused by
infuriating.
something we call instability. We're completely surrounded by it, and once you've watched it chew through entire mountain ranges, you'll understand that you don't want to get anywhere near it.
Yeah, it chased me here, so I definitely don't want any part of it.
Of stability. That's what you're standing in now. And that's what you're seeing mapped on the route planner. If we're going to find you a way out of the zone, you'll need to build a new antenna. Until then, you won't be able to detect stabilized routes beyond your immediate area. So, you've got to go hunting for parts, and that means taking a drive. Go on, pick a route. The Arc device in your car will then show you where you need to go.
Guess I'll pick the only route I have.
Make a left out of the garage, follow the access road.
Thank you. I know you don't like me, but thank you for letting me use your garage. Thankfully, there was a door out the other end, so... Notice how the entire interior of the car has changed once we put the device in, by the way. It merged itself with the entire front here. The whole car is a whole new animal, pretty much. Put it in drive, and let's go. Heading out into an awful storm, but we'll be fine. We got windshield wipers. That's all you need for something like this, right? Might not even be storming where we end up. Travel 3 hours it takes to get there. Welcome to the damp forest in the outer zone. Place of perpetual stability.
Okay, newbie. I'll keep this simple. Don't want to overwhelm that little brain of yours.
Rude.
You'll need a few things to rebuild the antenna at the garage. First on the list is plasma. The woods are littered with plasma generators. Look for a research trailer or a spark tower. That's those antenna things zapping you when you get too close. Both are always accompanied by plasma generators.
That does sound useful.
The Arc device is picking up on some plasma generators nearby. Your headset has a built-in scanner. Use it on the plasma generator, and it'll figure out the tools you need.
I assume this thing? Yep, plasma generator. Need the impact hammer that I can't make
Looks like
yet.
It's ripe for the picking. Can't get at it with your hands, though. An impact hammer will do the trick.
Do you think a door like this can stop me, huh? Joke's on you. Pry bar. I am prepared for crime. Is it really crime when no one's here anymore? A lot of goodies, including a rubber duck. I mean, it's just rubber, but it looks like a rubber duck. He gave me the option to use the pry bar on it, so I wanted to see what would happen.
Look at you, out in the zone all on your own. They grow up so fast, don't they? And
Don't patronize me.
Been a long time, old gal. Didn't think we'd talk again after that whole Sasquatch incident.
I wanna know.
I was hoping to go another decade without hearing your voice again. What, did you finally talk Francis to death?
Hello to you too, Oppie. And no, I'm still here.
They sound like they get along so good, don't they? Just like the best of friends. And I could pry bar this open, but why not just rip the panel off of there entirely? This way I get the parts and get access. It's a win-win, really, right? No reason not to. I'm glad they gave me the ability to craft in the trunk of the car and I don't have to like wait till I come back to the garage to craft things. That'd get really awkward really fast. I definitely need to make a new scrapper and a new pry bar sooner rather than later though, because both are in rough shape. It is really a shame that you can't eat the entire frame of these cars, but you know. I'll take what I can get. Drop it all off. I could probably take these flares with me, but I see no reason to currently. I've not seen anywhere dark enough that I would need that. And who am I gonna mark things for, right? I'm the only one here. Radiation hazard, huh? You think that scares me? This fence, however, this fence scares me. I seem to have no way past it. I can, however, filch from this backpack through it, so you know what? Joke's on you. In fact, you know what? This is how not scared of your fence I am. I know what to do about your stupid fence. Charge! Can't really get good speed up, but hopefully I can knock it down anyway. Yeah!
Hey, driver, I bet you're dying to hear all about the remnants by now.
Oh, can you not? I'm a little busy trying to keep them alive.
I'll keep to the basics, I promise.
We'll see how that goes.
Fine. I'm giving you 60 seconds.
That is not nearly enough time to get...
You're spending most of that time arguing, you know.
Okay. The remnants, in short, they're old objects that do all sorts of weird things. They bind
See, you did
themselves
fit it all in 60
and
seconds.
You're the latest victim. You and the car are inseparable now, so get acquainted. Once the remnant is bound to someone, they become gradually more obsessed with it. It takes over the victim's mind until they go crazy and run off into the zone with it.
I don't know, you're sounding a little obsessed with the idea of remnants to begin with, if I'm honest.
That fixation is probably worming its way into your brain as we speak. This is the first time we've ever got our hands on one. But we know all about the past remnants, and oh gosh, this one time it materialized as an old copper kettle, and the tea that came out of that thing, it was...
And now I'm splitting the transmissions going to your receiver.
Thank you.
Anything critical to your immediate needs will broadcast directly and immediately to your radio and headset. Anything not mission critical will be on a low priority frequency. Those transmissions will be recorded and indexed for you to listen to at your leisure. And by low priority, I mean just about everything that comes out of Tobias's mouth.
That's real nice of her to have it actually store instead of just, we're just gonna chuck everything that guy says into the ether. You don't need to hear that. Yes, I know I need the Impact Hammer game. It's okay. You don't need to blink red and angry at me. Let's get the gears made for it. We just need to get a gas cylinder from somewhere. Speaking of, while we're here, let's get that panel replacement and that door replacement, shall we? What do you mean inventory is full? I heard something. I don't see anything, so I'm assuming I'm fine. Fine, maybe I need to make extra space. Okay, now I can pick up the door. It's also apparently not gonna work as a trunk cover anymore, even though it showed as a trunk door before. Can I put it away in the... Jesus. Huh. You know, I'm not sure I'll be able to fit this in storage. But damn it, I'm gonna try. There we go. Just in case I need a whole new door. I swear we made a crude door in the garage and we were able to put it where the trunk is. Maybe all this crap in the trunk's getting in the way. Well, guess it was a waste to make that then. Oh well. Now I can't make the bumper either, which makes me sad. We didn't go in the other trailer over here yet, so maybe we'll find a gas cylinder in here. Those looks like gas cylinders. Ooh, pressurized cartridges too. Those are probably gonna be useful for some fun things. Goodies. Oh yeah, let me demonstrate what happens if you have things incorrectly placed in your bag. Like, see how it's got the red thing on there? Is it's not technically inside one singular section of your storage? It just spits it right out of your inventory. Because technically you're trying to like jam it in the big pocket and the small pocket of the bag at the same time, and that, as you might imagine, that doesn't work. So it was just kind of hanging out of the bag, and you're like, well, that's upsetting that it fell out, but it makes perfect sense that it did. Just think, if we were a little bit smarter, we, instead of just sawing these things off of here, we could take the parts off of these things and fix them. But I suppose in some cases it would be easier just to do what I'm doing. Because some of these are pretty far gone, like this tire here. That still was tough enough that I ran out of saw juice to cut it up, but that's neither here nor there. Let's get a new scrapper made. Probably shouldn't have parked all the way in here. But it's fine. I'm just gonna preempt making the new pry bar as well. Make the impact hammer. Which, the impact hammer is fun. Look at this thing. And you might think, why do you need that for this job? Well, watch what it does. Wham! Just smashes the thing open. Now, personally, I'm pretty sure if I sat there with the pry bar or the saw or something, I probably could get into that thing. But it would probably damage the components more. Like, there's probably some nonsense to how it works, where it like hits at just the right amount so that it cracks the glass open and breaks it all away without destroying the internals. Hey, this one's still got paint. Look at you. Steel door, huh? Give me that. Oh wait, yeah, I probably should scan this in case I gain the capacity to make it. don't think so, though. I think that was just scanning the car to learn that it was an abandoned car. Wait, is there something else I could cut on that? Tire. Based on the fact there's summer tires, I'm gonna assume there's winter tires, like the kind for going up ice and snow with like the chains on them and such, probably. Oh, inventory is full. Because we can't pick up the steel sheet. Oh, you do have fuel. But I didn't put this back on the bar, so... I'm gonna slap you down here in 4. Yoink. Because you can never have too much fuel. Because we have no idea when we're gonna see fuel again, so... Always keep the tank topped up or you're gonna have a nasty surprise. We have a lot of goodies in here already. Definitely gonna need to finish breaking this pry bar sooner rather than later, just so I save some space. Is there anything out of in here that I need at the moment? No, not really. Let's go grab that steel sheet that was over here. Yeah, the trunk didn't exist. What was the other thing I could break on this thing? Ah, this panel. There we go. Get rid of the old pry bar, replace it with a new one. Save us 3 more slots of inventory. There's still a little bit of gas left in here, so shoot that out of there. Real convenient that we just happen to have this fuel can and with a siphon pump conveniently around. Okay, I think that's everything that was here. Or of any real value. So now we have 2 steel sheets to work with. Not that we can make anything specifically out of that. So all we can make is scrap up metal ones. We do only have 1 headlight, it looks like. So maybe making a second headlight wouldn't be the worst idea, but that would be a lot. I don't know if I needed enough to worry about that. I am gonna get a new bumper. Just because it feels weird not having a rear bumper. Because Lord knows I'm gonna back into things. Like, there's no way I'm not gonna end up backing this car into other things other than empty space. Because, you know, it's a first-person game, so I can't exactly see where I'm backing all that well. Don't like that sound. So let's see. Before I start driving, we need to go down the road, and there'll be a whole bunch of stuff if we just follow the road. Okay. Thankfully, we don't have to put the car in reverse. Forward and reverse are the same for this car. With higher driving difficulty, I would expect it probably would have separate gears. Gears and everything. It probably turned into like a full manual car and all of that, probably. Not to mention what it mentioned about terrain mattering a lot more. You know, why follow the road when we can just go through the trees right here? The car can handle it, probably. You know what? Maybe we don't go through the trees. Maybe we go follow the road after all. That doesn't look good, and I don't want to interact with whatever that is. Howdy, Snork. How's it going? Now there's one of those towers we were told about that would zap us if we get too close. Not really. I just ended up hitting the button when I was trying to avoid the creature we just saw. The button for it is right under my right-hand button for turning to the right, so occasionally that's going to get bumped. but it does actually clear the wind screen when it's raining, so it does have a purpose for existing. Otherwise, I could have just unbound it. But yeah, I'm leaving the car decently far away so it doesn't get struck by these things, because I presume, based on the fact that they throw lightning at the car too, probably. I'm gonna guess this is the edge of where we're allowed to go. Yep, that's death out there. Okay, understood. And I will be touching this, yes, because we have to. We'll be disassembling it. Punk. I broke it. Wait, no, metal, come back. Don't worry, I've got plenty more opportunity to get struck by lightning here. Well, it's not detrimental, but it's not great. It took exception to me attacking its generator. That stung a little bit.
Near one of the old Gorilla radio stations. That ought to be prime pickings for antenna parts.
That would make sense.
Its approximate location to your map. Look for an antenna tower.
Oh yeah, we can scan these and learn that they're actually called spark towers. Even though we were told that already. Bunk. There we go, more plasma than we need. Yeah, realistically, a car can survive being struck by lightning, but in this game, I'm betting it will do harm to all the components because of the kind of game that this is. Well, that's the thing, is this entire area is unstable and things just kind of appear. So they may have been built somewhere much more sensible and then just kind of migrated here. Exactly. Doing my usual consuming cars thing. There we go. Yep, a little bit of duct tape. No gas in the tank, so no point in doing that. There we go, all clear, and we have a clear indicator where the car is, thankfully, because we just... If what we were told is true and this car is some kind of weird remnant thing that's now merged with us, we just know where it is at all times. So, you know, if me and the car are one now, why can't I just call the car to me? Why can't I just summon car? Aside from the fact that that'd be entirely too convenient. Let's drive a bit closer to this area over here since I see goodies to grab. Eating is important, and I definitely feel you on the sleepy, but I'm doing fine so far today. Won't be doing as fine if that thing sees me. Let's park further this way. I don't want that thing to spot the car. It's spotting the car is probably a bad thing. Oh, I will. I just don't want it touching the car. The car is expensive to fix. Me cheap to fix. I'm gonna go throw a crowbar at it and see what happens. Is most anything you can hold right mouse to throw. Let's first scan it. It's called an abductor. Okay. Hey, you. It threw my crowbar back at me. I saw it fly over this way. Where'd it go? I mean, to be fair, oftentimes I think exactly like that. There we go. Got the crowbar back. Where'd it go, though? You kind of threw the crowbar and fucked off. There it is. I need to know. Will you, like, pick me up and throw me like that, too? It sure will. Huh. Really? Huh. You suck. So I just kind of slowly walked backwards when it grabbed me, and it couldn't win. I'm actually very disappointed. Well, guess I don't have to worry too much about that thing unless it finds the car when the car is unattended, because it probably would carry the car off to God knows where. And I do kind of need that, so it'd be very inconvenient. I wonder if I could, like, throw a flare at it and really piss it off or anything. Probably. Ooh, Arda crates. Okay. Arda sounds like a decent organization around here. Not necessarily a good organization, but, like, decent-sized organization, based on the way they were referring to it earlier. I won't make any assumptions about it being a good organization on any other scale other than it might be big. Exactly. First they abducted the cows, now they're abducting cars. What won't they steal? Yeah, dang, aliens picked up my truck. It's never the same again. Exactly. I can't say I don't understand, because I do. But since I'm the one being stolen from, I have problems with this idea suddenly. I don't think there's really anything that I need. I can't, like, make a gun to shoot the flying weird thing down with or anything. Who is definitely just pathing around here, so I made the right choice by parking further off to the side. Speaking of trucks, we found a tow truck. How much of the tow truck can I eat? Ooh, off-road tires. It's a real shame that I can't, like, rip those off and use those myself. So apparently I can fix that? Why would I want to fix that? Maybe I can pull it off and I just need to have empty hands? No, because it's definitely telling me to scrap it. Oh well. Maybe we'll learn about them when we tear them apart. So what I'm betting is we probably need to find blueprints to make things, rather than being able to just, like, rip them off of other vehicles. Though if it were me, I would try to just bring this tow truck back to life and drive off with it instead of keeping the regular car. But considering our car is some kind of weird remnant thingamabob, that's probably non-transferable. So we could definitely just, like, transfer the ARC device we attached to it at the very least. That's fine. I can carry a lot more stuff with the truck, though. And I tell you what, this tow truck will definitely make a much bigger impact hitting one of those flying aliens than the car would. I wish that weird abductor thing luck carrying this off. I say, knowing full well that it probably would somehow just lift off with this and just to piss me off, if nothing else. Even though it can't lift me, it'll somehow be able to lift this. Because, you know, video games. Oh, there's two of them. That's why that didn't make sense. Okay. So I thought about it. It's like, wait, how did I see that one over there when I just saw it over here? But it's because there's two of them. Oh yeah, it's gonna fall out of the boxes. So we have a slight storage issue now. True. I can defeat it by gradually getting away. Probably should do something with all the stuff that's in this storage box. Oh yeah, something I forgot to do in here. You have to actually turn the radio on. This way there's some other sound other than monster noises. Go ahead and eat some canned food to get our health back that I lost getting zapped. Because, you know, you just have a snack and your electricity burns are all gone. There we go. This way we can save the med kits for when we more significantly get hurt. And it also cleans up some space. Actually, we can move that there. Everything's already stacked cleanly, so it's not like I can restack anything. So technically I could move like these chemicals into my inventory and put the gears in here and save space.
Eyes to the horizon.
I'll get to that when I get to it. I'm looting. And you know what you're never gonna be able to stop? Me looting. I will loot everything that isn't nailed down, and then I'll take the nails and everything that's nailed down. Looks like there might be another tow truck in that pile over there. These abductors really do make weird noises. Hey, bud. Oh no, he's gonna get me. Oh no. Oh, he actually lifted me that time. That one was smarter and slingshotted himself so he could move me. Still didn't really accomplish anything because he just slammed me into the trailer uselessly, but, you know, he at least accomplished something. Exactly. Go ahead and chew up this receiver. Speaking of trying their best, okay, this is all. Oh, there we go.
My, where are our manners? Driver, we never introduced ourselves. Not really. Tobias Barlow.
Let them talk while I'm looking around.
Oh, and here with me is Dr. Francis Cook.
I was a R&D scientist researching limb technology right here in the zone.
We live right in the mid-zone. Just a hop, skip, and a jump over another big old wall from where you're at. Oh, and that old bat over there? That's Dr. Ophelia Turner, former director of research and development herself. The mother of limb technology, the maven of electromagnetism.
That's enough.
Resident party pooper.
Sounds like she might not be that proud of what she created, which, considering it ruined this whole area, maybe rightly so. Things have definitely gone wrong. Though I suppose the abductors make a bit more sense now if they did a bunch of stuff with electromagnetism and those things are flying around with magnets. So they definitely look like just bundles of scrap that have gained sentience, presumably from whatever that goo is that's falling off of them. Now, I say sentience, I mean that in the loosest term possible, since they seem to only be somewhat aware, as they just kind of fly around their general surroundings and attack whatever they detect rather than necessarily having awareness. Is they've yet to try to like actively track me after they encounter me. Just as soon as I don't end up where they want me to go, they just give up and move on with their existence. I probably won't have nearly this much time to sit here and pick up stuff when we actually go into a real area, which is why I'm gathering excessive amounts now. Because that just makes sense to me. Gather while it's safe, basically. You know, standard procedure, really. Oh, broke my scrapper. Let's just take a quick look at these cars nearby, see if there's anything particularly interesting on them that I could rip off if I do go make another scrapper. This one's locked, so open up. Because if there's nothing too crazy over here, I may not bother coming back over, and we'll just get away from here. Because I do have a lot of stuff. As much as having more stuff does make sense, I don't want to overstay my welcome. Especially considering we're gonna run out of inventory very soon. I could just drive straight through here since there's more stuff that way, though. I just gotta dodge the abductors. Might also be fun to use one of these tow trucks as a ramp. This is really lucky that neither of them happen to have just happened to patrol right here. Yeah, they just don't stress it. Just like, oh, well, do something else then. Got better things to do with my time. It really would be very helpful on some things. Obviously, there are things you shouldn't instantly give up on, but now and then it's a good idea. There we go, now we got a new scrapper to rip things up with. Oh yeah, the radio has an independent volume thing on it too, which is nice. I'll go ahead and turn that up a little bit. Okay, so our target is over here. And that's actually in the direction I was looking to go. But there is this building over here too that's got a dish on it. Actually, how useful is pinning a waypoint? Oh wow, that's actually very useful. Okay. Let's go ahead and go over there. Hey, you know. Any landing you can walk away from and all of that, so, you know. If you can survive the bleeding, then did you really need to fix the bleeding? Yes, car, I know we're currently diagonal, it's fine. Why were you fine with the diagonal up until that moment? I don't feel like the slope changed at all. I guess at some point we just lost momentum or it lost grip or something. There you go. Oh good, it auto deletes the waypoints when you arrive at them. Very good. No flying death machines around? There's another spark tower. Oh, this place has seen better days. Huh. Blowtorch. Blowtorch. Yeah, you know that's fair. Unfortunately for the car, it's necessary for it to do things. Because I kind of rely on it to do things. If it didn't want to have to move around and go places, it shouldn't have ended up getting merged with me. Now, as to how that could have been avoided, I don't know. It could have just, like, rolled over my foot or something. Yeah, pretty much. To be fair, I did fix it. Like, I put a lot of better parts on the car, so I feel like it balances out somewhat. Like, obviously, not completely, but somewhat. Let's see. This extremely atypical blowtorch is fueled by a restorative semi-organic compound that aids in reshaping and repairing damaged metalwork. It's not durable enough to last long, but it will help with basic repairs on the road. Okay, so it's not a blowtorch. It's like a weird heal torch. You know, it said metalwork, so I didn't think it was gonna work on the tire, but I figured I'd try, and lo and behold, it worked. Definitely heals things a lot faster than the repair putty does. Just fixing all the dings and damage we took from going through the forest. I do have a missing panel here that I still need to fix. I thought I fixed all of them, but I guess I missed that one. Let's go ahead and slap that on there. There we go. Now the whole car is filled out, other than the trunk needs a door, which the crude door didn't work for, so not entirely sure what's going on with that one. Oh, now it works. Okay. Maybe I was right. Maybe I did need the bumper before it would let me put the door on. But hey, now the car is fully kitted out. It has all of its parts back, even if most of them are crude parts. It at least is better than nothing. It's intact. Yeah, no, Cuphead is kind of riddled with dirty tricks. That one in particular is just, like, the dirtiest trick in that game. Oh, wait, the headlight's damaged. You know, just blowtorch the headlight. That's how you fix those, right? Oh, wait, yeah, I do need to put the other headlight in. I knew I was forgetting something. There we go. That's why the thing wasn't going away. So now the car is fully functional. And now all of my stuff won't go flying out of the back of the car when I do silly nonsense. Because we can actually close up the trunk. Yeah, I didn't get to choose the style of headlight it applied. I do agree that the cap on top of that light doesn't look right. To be fair, this car's seen some shit. I'm not gonna worry about that spark tower. The only thing I've encountered that I needed plasma for was just a plot thing that I haven't even been allowed to make yet. So, we'll worry about that later. What? The fuck? Why are there mannequins with melted legs in the middle of the road? Why are they glowing red? Huh. God damn, it's been over a year. Thank you for the resub, Snork. I'm kind of surprised that nothing happened when I threw that crowbar at it. Huh. Really is glued to the ground, huh? Maybe if I kick it. Yep, there it goes. Huh, so those explode. Now, I can't get the parts off of them. Ooh, I can get that thermosap crystal that was inside the chest, though. So that was worth it. Not only did we learn how those work, but I got a shiny rock out of it. The tolerance this artificially grown crystalline substance has for extreme temperatures and sustained stress is extraordinary. It suggests all manner of mechanical applications. Oh yeah, that's right. We have more space in the trunk now because I actually used the door that was in there finally. Okay, good. The car didn't sustain any damage from that explosion. Just me. Maybe we'll find more shiny rocks and then I can share. I exploded for that first one, so it's only fair I keep that one. That depends on what you mean by that one, really. Well, this looks like a gas station. I wonder if I can fuel up here. If there's actually any gas in the gas station. Because, like, there are definitely rocks that have a real good shine to them. Just naturally. Oh, I'm gonna need to turn the car around to get that properly lined up. Oh, the noise was the pump. Okay. The rubber hose was making funky noises at me. It's like even more so than just like gemstones, there are definitely stones that achieve a natural shine. Especially when they get like polished by river water and such. I don't know if there's any rocks that are luminescent to that degree, no. Unless they've got like bioluminescent moss on them. But I'm also not a geologist, so I may just be missing information on that one. There we go. So let's turn the car around so that the other side where the fuel tank actually is pointed the right way. Yeah, that doesn't surprise me. I would figure if there was something like that, it would probably be something that would primarily appear like underwater in deep, deep oceans or such. And even then, there'd be no guarantee of that. Then again, there might be actual like light emitting rocks out there and we just haven't seen them yet. There's still things left in this world we don't know about. Let's have a look over here. I don't know how I feel about those pillars that keep appearing. I feel like one of them is just gonna slam me into next Tuesday at any given moment. Fuel can's already full. Or full-ish. We can grab just a little bit more out of the fuel barrel. Why don't I do the smart thing, though, of digging this fuel barrel out and keeping it with me? Just put it in the back of the car. Like, we got backseat space. Look at all that empty space in there. We could definitely jam a fuel barrel in there and keep more fuel with us. Sure, it's risky, but worth it. Massive fuel extension. There's another fuel barrel over there, too. I could totally have fueled that tow truck. You know, till I go to an area that doesn't have any of these, and then, well, you know. That's what you fill up an oil barrel for and keep it with you. You can tell that they didn't want to have any fun when they made this mechanic visor, by the way, because they didn't build the radio into the mechanic visor. Doesn't look like there's anything too special around these cars. What's it complaining about? Yes, I know I'm on a slope. It's fine. I don't think I know what a Bomix Mori is. Like, I probably know what it is, but I may not know the name. I obviously know what axolotls are. You know, I'm curious. Nope, parking brake doesn't work here. Oh, yeah, I do know what those are then. Okay. I've seen pictures of those before. I just, as expected, didn't know the name. So I do believe there's at least one VTuber that designed themselves after one of those. Those I think I'm also vaguely aware of. Though aren't they also, like, really poisonous? Like, obviously a lot of spiders are real nasty in that regard to begin with, but I feel like those might be on the higher line for that. Yeah. To be fair, the smaller the spider, the more poisonous it is usually, because that's how they counterbalance the fact that they're so teeny tiny. And then of course there's the baby spiders that don't have any control of how they inject yet, so they just go all in. This looks important.
Time to get moving. The instability's ticking up by the second. But you can't get back the way you came. The instability makes all routes one way.
Of course they
That's
do.
where my arc device comes into play. It'll get you back to the garage, but it needs to be charged first. And to do that, you'll need anchors. Take a look at the arc device display. It maps all anchors in the nearby area. Find an anchor and feed it to the arc device to charge it. But don't you worry your pretty little head about how it works. You'll be out of here soon, so there's no reason to learn more about limb technology than you need to know.
I don't know. I feel like I want to know how the thing that's going to save my life works so that I know whether I should be trusting this or not. Just seems, you know, somewhat dangerous to just blindly believe these things. Just the way the music abruptly cuts off when I slam the trunk shut. Exactly. Oh, okay, so all these are anchor sites. We were actually at one before. But let's go to this one because it's further down the line. And we can check that building next to it for resources while we're at it. Like, on at least one of the road signs along the way, I don't know if people spotted it, but there was graffiti on it saying, "Limb is poison." Now, obviously, you can't trust everything you read as far as graffiti and things like that go, but, the fact that they're very unwilling to tell us anything about it, and we see a sign like that, I have to assume the two kind of go hand in hand somewhat there. I kind of guess this is a you go no further this way thing. Yeah. Well, I am touching it. See all this stuff all around me? This is all attached to that, so... And this is the anchor, I would presume. Wait, the car's still moving.
Those anchors may look like glowing balls of magic, but it's Limtech through and through. Don't be scared. They haven't exploded in anyone's face recently.
Well, that's concerning, but also not surprising. Mostly the recently part. Where's that house, though? Before we interact with the anchor, because I presume the anchor will send us out of this area. Nah, it'll be fine. We have no reason to distrust our scientist friend that's been telling us all kinds of things, even though they probably caused this entire issue in the first place. It's like right there, except it's not. Ah, there it is. It just wasn't what I thought it was going to be. There we go. Wait. Is this really it, though? This seems like exactly where I just was. Well, the heck with it. We'll go touch the anchor and get out of here then. Oh wait, no, it's probably this little shack here. Hey man, how you doing? You're waving without a hand, though. You might have wanted to use the other arm. This seems less than okay. I feel like this house is gonna eat me. Well, nothing for it but to find out, though. Pothole anomaly, huh? Neat. Is there anything actually in here? Just pop that rock with my head and send it flying. This really wasn't worth the trip, though, I gotta say. It's kind of neat to see it, but not super worth the trip. Wait, can I have this axe? Nope. That really stings every time that happens. But at the same time, I get materials out of it. I was just hoping for another one of those fancy crystals. There's probably a safer way to do that, too. And I did try throwing the crowbar at it before in case people came in afterward. It didn't work. Maybe. But since they explode, I don't know if a suit really would protect us in any real way. Though it did have radiation, too. Just go ahead and bandage my face up. It'll be okay. Now, do I, like, drive the car into this thing, or what happens here? That doesn't seem to have worked. They're really handy to have. Ah. Yep. Oh, I see. Feed the anchor into the arc device. It's making awful noises. Oh boy. It's really actively trying to stop me. Oh, collect anchors until device is fully charged. May as well scan this since it stopped. Oh, it's just a bollard. You know what? That checks out. Thankfully, there's another anchor nearby. Oh. Okay, bye then. Guess it got bored since I didn't move, so it just kind of left. I'll need to see how much damage it did to the car. Wow, some big ones can form, apparently. Look at how wide that thing is. At least now we know what to do with these things. Yoink.
Your device is charged and ready. You'll use it to open a gateway back to the garage.
Oh, well, this is inconvenient.
Immediately collapse the stability around you. So only activate when you're absolutely ready to leave. You do not want to get caught in the storm that follows.
So I've noticed. Oh, there's an abductor coming too now. Wait, link gateway. How do I do any of what she was talking about? Ah! Thank you. Wait. I think I'm okay. We're good. We should go now. Everything's fine. The abductor was a bro, it's fine. Did I miss my opportunity? Gateway too close. Oh, I see. So I was doing the right thing before when I was clicking on it from afar, or first, and then I got hurled by an abductor, so things got slightly complicated. Okay, so let's drive away from this area a little bit. Once I find a spot where I can actually drive and go an actual bit of distance here. And then we'll also do some repairs because the whole right side of the car is a bit fucked after the whole bollard plus abductor incident. Oh, there's a whole bunch of mannequin dudes here too. Opportunity knocks. And I, for one, will answer. Before I answer the call, how about we do our repairs? So apparently the bollard things are still happening. So they've got some like fractures or oh, the glass is damaged. At the very least the abductor ones do, yeah. They just looked at it and like, oh, look at this poor idiot, he's upside down. Let's fix that. And then see what he does. These things, though, I think want me dead. And do something stupid again. Boop. Teehee. Doesn't look like I got much out of that one, though. No crystals or anything seem to have landed nearby. Yeah, the gateways are still too close, so we gotta move more. Oh, this area is unstable, though. At least I'm assuming that's what all the green here means. There's a spark tower, so that's not great. Okay, one of the gateways is far enough now, but I assume I probably need both of them. Unfortunately, we happened to get interrupted when the explanation for how this worked was happening. So I didn't actually get to hear the explanation. I was too busy getting hurled across the ages. Ah, there we go. So I did basically the correct thing.
You see that glowing pillar into the sky? Drive into it. Yes, it looks like hot death, but it's so much better than getting scrambled by the instability.
Yeah, it checks out. Let's go. To the death, floor it. Yeah, this really seems like a bad idea, but you know what? Why not? Whee! Certainly no 88 miles an hour, but I guess it did the job.
Well, well. You're alive. For certain if the zone didn't get you, that gateway would.
That's encouraging.
Did I not mention that you're the first human I've sent through that thing? I mean, they've been rodents, but it's not like it's completely untested. But anyway, it worked. So,
I'm so glad to be your lab gerbil.
That's the beauty of the gateway. It's the only way to get back with all your marbles intact. Now, take those parts you found into the back room. I'll let you use my fabrication station.
Ah.
For now. That station will concoct ways for you to rig up anything from roof racks to flare guns. Assembling an antenna with those parts you brought back should be easy as pie, but it requires anchor juice to work its magic, so bring back as many as you can. And just because I haven't used that garage in decades doesn't mean you can trash the place. Mess up my equipment and I'll throw you to the anomalies so quick you'll get whiplash. We clear?
Now, how exactly are you going to throw me to the anomalies when I think you're probably stuck wherever you are? There, just so I can open that again at any time. Makes me wonder why this room was sealed up. Oh, Oppie's Pneuma Tube. I presume I can send Oppie things through here. Ooh. Decal kits. Helmet sticker. Astrogator. Ooh, there we go. Now we're talking. We have enough energy and enough plasma for the antenna, so obviously we need that. There we go. Do I have access to anything else yet? Matter deconstructor, detailing station, fax machine, expanded lockers. That's all for upgrading the garage. Ooh. Okay, once I install the... Let's not keep messing with this till we actually install the antenna then. Looks like I gotta go up to the roof for this, as you'd expect. And as you'd also expect, it is fucking windy out here. Going up to the roof under conditions like this to put up a big metal antenna seems like the best idea. Neat. I wonder how that works.
Antenna signals coming through loud and clear. Give it a moment to initialize.
Yeah, meanwhile, I'm going back inside. Install handbrake. Okay. Get the handbrake from the backroom storage locker. Okay. Oh wow, there's all kinds of goodies in here. Oh, I guess that would have been a replacement for the panel and the bumper if I hadn't already grabbed that. I hadn't done that myself. Got the handbrake. We're gonna take all of this because we can. I know of a couple things I saw in testing that needed the hand vac, so at the very least I know for a fact we need that at some point.
Make sure to empty your trunk before heading back out. You'll need the space.
Search the dumpster for something to help you unload the trunk. Okay, let's also, I don't know, maybe open this door more permanently so I stop having to open the garage door every time. There we go. Thank you, dumpster. Oh. Spitting out a whole bunch of other nonsense. I'm not entirely sure for what, but thank you.
And we're patched. Everything's in working shape, more or less. I've hooked up the antenna to the route planner. Give it a look after you're done peeping through my garage.
To be fair, you told me to go peep through your garage, so I feel like that's not my responsibility. Where can I put this thing? Or do I just, like, chuck this somewhere? I'm assuming the transfer trunk is too big. I mean, not really. Because she's already been labeled out as the root of the problem here, so seems only natural not to trust the one who is responsible for the technology that at the very least most likely created this entire situation that we're stuck in now. Like, intention obviously is a question mark, but still cause of the issue. Yeah, they didn't really tell me to do anything with that trunk. I'm just worried that I might end up losing it if I leave it sitting where it's sitting. Yeah, I gotta repair the car, I gotta fill the tank. Be a hell of a thing if I just blew myself up by tapping the fuel tank there like that, huh? Huh. Why can't I get the last 1%? Why is it freaking out? Can I fix it with this one? I'm just gonna assume that's good enough. Because it's only recommended, it's not actually, hey, you have to do this. Also, not even sure if I really wanted to put all of my stuff in here. I feel like carrying some basic kit with you is not a bad idea. Like, obviously keeping some space so that you can pick things up is a good idea too. So I suppose the basic materials are really easy to get out in the field anyway, so there's not really a reason to keep a stock on hand. And we also really weren't in any real danger until we were on our way out of there. We can probably just assume we won't really be in immediate danger until we actually go into later areas. So, I say we were in real danger there. I say that as a means of comparison, really, more than thinking we were actually threatened that much. So I think the most damage I took still was from when I blew myself up with the weird explosive mannequins. I don't really think we need to bring a battery jumper with me since I refilled the battery before we're leaving here. Also, apparently we lost fuel just sitting here, but then again, I think the car is on. So that would do that. That's probably why it won't actually fully refill. Is it probably constantly using like a single point of fuel? Yep, that's exactly what was happening. Oh, we can assign abilities? We have abilities? Oh, right, handbrake. Okay, so that's an ability. Let's assign that to space. That seems like a good place for that to be. This way I can just immediately slam into a skid if I need to. Probably won't end up using it much, but we'll have it. We gotta find our way to town.
Ready to make this remnant verification a one-and-done thing? I'm sending you to visit Colossal Cappy. If that old anomaly doesn't induce electromagnetic resonance in your car, then we're free from Tobias's fever dreams and we can get you out of here. With that antenna fixed, you can now detect stabilized road junctions in the outer zone. You've got a stable route heading straight to Cappy's front door, but the energy readings are off the roof. I advise you not to take the zone lightly. You better gear up or you may not survive the trip. Which would make my life easier, so your call.
Well, I assume you haven't eaten yet, Snork, since you mentioned food before. So perhaps, just perhaps, you may want to take care of that. Oh, okay, now that we know about some of the anomalies, it actually can tell us some of the stuff that's there. Like, there's tourists, which are the mannequins, there's abductors, which are the guys that chucked us. There's no bollards or spark towers there, though. Oh, hey, it stopped storming like crazy, too, so that's good. With how far a trip that is, maybe I should actually make the battery jumper. What do I need for the battery jumper? Oh, I can actually just make it because I guess the storage, yeah. Material source, backpack, car, and building. There we go. Now we got a battery jumper as well, just in case. So we have everything we could possibly need. Onward! Presumably we go out the same way we went before and we'll just somehow end up where we're going. I don't know if we're gonna have to go back to the area we went through before again or not. Because we're at the very least driving through there. I don't know if it'll just send us straight past there or... It looks like we have to make our way across this route. So if, I guess we needed the antenna, right? I was gonna say, I wonder why we couldn't have just gone there to begin with. And there are anchors that we didn't collect here, so I guess we could hit those if we want to. That seems bad. Also, it said there was... Oh, wait, no. There were spark towers here, just not in the next part. Let's get away from the spark tower, park the car. Let's have a look at whatever this is. This looks very dangerous. Sizzling mist. when it does move, you know, I get the distinct feeling we should leave. It seems like when it gets windier, that stuff starts moving more. There are unstable areas around now, because I can see that there's instability over there. Even though supposedly this area is perpetual stability. Oh, if I just go this way, there's an exit. Let's not leave yet. So I'm also curious about that blue thing on the map. I have a bad feeling about this. Nah, that'll be fine, probably. I just needed to make sure it wasn't just like a sheer cliff. That's all I was worried about. Because the map says that there's territory over there, which means that must be survivable to get there. Well, it doesn't have to be survivable to get there the way I'm going, but if you're motion sick, you might not want to watch this part, everybody. We're going for it. Whee! Yeah! Whee! Oh, that's the roof taking a bad one. Ooh, and we're upside down. That went about as expected. Just go ahead and put it in park. Activate emergency teleporter. Oh, that's good. Yeah, no convenient abductors this time, huh? Whoa! Huh. Guess you gotta be careful where you put it when you emergency teleport it, huh? I don't think I can be blamed for the second one. The first one absolutely was my fault. Second one, I can't say that that's my fault, but it got launched. Oh wow, that drained a lot of the battery to teleport it, huh? No, yeah, that did take a chunk off of it. We're getting all kinds of lore dumps in the background. Nah, it's fine. It lived. It's okay. I'm glad I made the battery jumper. I have more repair putty as well, so I can fix up the damage. Case in point, this panel that nearly exploded. Just slap a new coat of paint on it. It'll be fine. It'll buff out. It's still good. I am out of repair putty now. Oh, the headlight's almost dead, so that's not great. Hey, remember when I said I probably should have brought materials with me? Because I didn't trust what the game was telling me about that being the right idea? Yeah. Yeah, so we might need to hobble to some lootable territory right quick, but it'll be okay. Engine's okay. It's not great, but it's okay. Battery is definitely low. There we go. Mostly full battery again. Hopefully we won't have to do more emergency teleports before we can get more parts. Okay, I'm currently facing the wrong way, but that's not a surprise. Let's mark this and go find out what the thing I jumped off the cliff for was. Also, all of the windows are definitely smashed on this vehicle, other than the front. Oh, there's mannequins. I didn't realize there was one also in front of me. Thankfully, the explosion actually didn't hurt the car very much. Turns out I should have been hitting them with the car the whole time. Oh, that doesn't look good. Ooh, armored door, you say? An abandoned squire. Once again, why can't I become this car? This seems like such a better car. I know I'm insulting my car frequently, but let's be real here. It's true. Yes, I know there's danger nearby, because that looks awesome, but also horrifying. Oh hey, some thermosap crystal. Yeah, armored paneling like this is what I need. At the rate I'm going, I need armored paneling because I'm driving like a crazy person. Just chucking myself into the void and seeing what happens. A roof rack like this would also be nice to have. At least that anomaly doesn't seem like it moves. Left, right. Tell me about these. There's all this information about these anomalies too. Bullard. Yes, Anita, I do agree with you that this is nothing short of remarkable, and yes, I also think that what we're seeing here is something new and unique, something unmatched by anything the zone has previously offered up. But I must disagree with your conclusions. Strongly, I strongly disagree. These abrupt, dangerous, grotesque things are one of a host of bizarre new geological phenomena. They very likely occur in response to ground vibration or local disturbances, and I think that's the end of it. To suggest that they're a deliberate reaction or even a defense mechanism takes our discussion in a very different and very uncomfortable direction. I think we should be reviewing your reports before you submit them. This conversation goes no further, and I'll be scrubbing the transmission logs as soon as possible. Understand? See, I'm not the only one saying that I think this place is out to kill us. Sizzling mist. You were right. The presence of concentrated plasma particles is what makes the clouds so conductive. This isn't a storm like an electrical storm, like we'd expect to find in the skies above, and we'd do well to stamp out such colloquial descriptions. No, this is something else, something both more intense and yet also so much more localized. I think with a little time, it'll be quite possible for us to replicate some of this behavior in a lab setting, budget permitting. God, isn't this exciting? Our research is finally paying off. We'll get tenure for this for sure. Tourist. Hi, Christine. Hi, how are you? So, it turns out you were right. We've had reports from several regions of the zone now, and they're all very similar. We've had these dummy things out in the wilderness, and we also have them inside abandoned houses. We also have them in gas stations, on the road, on top of signs. One report here says on a roof. We've spotted about 600 now. The file catalogs each and every one of them. Oh, and you're quite right about the other thing, too. Yeah, I know what happens when someone touches one. We got plenty of data on that. So, I'm gonna be applying for a position in Portland now. I've done my review. It was a great time being contracted here, for sure. But I'm not sure I want to work at ARDA full time, you know? It's very strange here. You work in a very strange place. I'm sure you're doing very important work, and I respect that greatly. But I think I'd like to go back to academia now. Oh god, there's one of them outside. I know for a fact it wasn't there before. You know, maybe I should leave. Oh, I definitely should leave. Yep, there's an instability storm. I am not leaving fast enough. I fucked around for too long. I thought permanent stability meant there wasn't going to be any of these. Fun fact, I've only got partial control of the car right now. Because I think we're taking damage from the instability storm. Okay, we're outside it. We're good. We're okay. I don't know if they move or anything. Yes they do, but it's moving away from us, so we're fine. Well, that's what I get for reading the lore dump while I was out in the field, huh? We'll read the rest of the lore dump when we're not in imminent danger, and, like, we're in the garage next or something. Good thing I still have these medical kits, huh? Ooh, boy. That could have been bad. That could have been so bad. Yeah, the car got chewed up by that a little bit, too. I got the worst of it, though. I literally just turned the car back on, Snork. It's fine. It was off the whole time I was doing the reading. It's all good. It's okay. I'm curious about this anomaly here, though. I feel like it's a bad idea to approach this, but curiosity's too strong. It seems like it's just primarily just spinning. Also, I can't help but notice I didn't get my health back when I used that med kit. I don't have a cat. We can throw the crowbar into it and see what happens, though. As far as I can tell, absolutely nothing. Well, when I realized I was missing health was when I decided this wasn't a good idea to poke my head into it. If I had full health, I'd go walk in there and see what happened to me. But I don't really want to die right now. So I'm assuming the consequences of dying are rather inconvenient. Oh, and at some point the radio got turned off, probably when I turned the car off. Or when it got chucked across the ages. One of the two. Really should get like a rock crawler instead of this goddamn car. The rate I'm driving. Yeah, I know. Beep, beep. Mysterious audio recording. Something was making big noises. Now, before we go running too far, let's scrap this up a bit at least. If we can. Arda fuel tanker, huh? Presumably means you've got... Yep, you've got a fuel nozzle on you. So I don't need to siphon fuel from it. Oh, right, there's bollards here. Well, that's concerning. Because that may very well cause me to get flipped and shipped across the ages again. And I know, my pry bar is gone, but I don't really care about it. I can make those easy enough. Rip the door off there, too. So I get the feeling the bollards are getting closer. I wonder if instability damage can't be healed. And that's why it didn't heal when we used the medical kit. At the very least, let's move away from this place. So that is going towards where the bollards were. So maybe this isn't my finest of ideas, but I need materials. So before I do that, what's this? Oh. Thank you for useless information, Twitch. Much appreciated. I saw notifications in my main, like, Twitch information thing, so I'm like, oh, these might actually have some importance. Nope, 2 gift sub expiration reminders. Otherwise known as utterly pointless information. You know, when it just goes burn burn at me like that, it's almost like it's just saying goodbye. And I don't know what to do with that information. Or just going bye-bye. Like it expects me to die before I come back. Yeah, we're still missing a lot of components. Oh yeah, that's what I went in here for. Maybe I didn't end up using the first aid kit properly. Hey there, Jay. How's it going? There we go. Now the health's going up. I think I just exited out of the heal animation at the like last frame of it. Exactly. Nothing weird happening. This Taurus totally didn't get any closer at any point. Thankfully, these guys are why I was healing. You did move. Hey, fuck you. Yeah, that's right. Thank you for your thermo crystal. They're all gonna start moving on me probably, but that's fine. I actually would rather them gather up. That's what I've gathered, yeah. That works exactly as I'd hoped. It's unfortunate that throwing the crowbar and such at them doesn't really work very well because the crowbar is, I guess, too light. Where'd the ball end up? There it is. I don't even know if I really need these crystals for anything. But, you know. It's getting rid of these weird mannequins. Makes me feel better anyway. Nope, nothing out of that one. Plunk. There we go. Cleaned up. Nice and easy. Not as productive as I'd hoped, but that's not really shocking. The car can stay there, it'll be fine. Okay, it's already been a bit of a wild ride to begin with after our first more significant encounter with danger at the end of the first actual trip we did. Considering I got flipped across the field more than once. And then I threw the car off a mountain, which, you know, worked out just fine. Arguably, I think I took more damage from the bollard than I did jumping off the mountain. Not really sure what that says about the way things work, but it worked. Worked out that way. Why is that saying that there's 2 of them? Did I end up duplicating it? Either way. Eat. Because we already have the log for it, so I don't need that anymore. Speaking of... Right, no, don't look at those yet. Because the last time we stopped and looked at one of those, we ended up in the middle of a instability storm. It's the rest of the houses I wanted to look at. Is there's potentially more? Spark tower. There we go. That might have stuff in it. Or at least around it. Not as exciting as I'd hoped for it to be, though. Can I? No. Yeah. This is just on the base difficulty right now, and I've not encountered anything actually threatening yet, so I just can't be bothered to worry about it. Considering I went toe-to-toe with the abductors, and they couldn't even successfully throw me half the time, I'm just like, yep, this isn't really a problem. And the bollards have been the only thing that have been even remotely an issue. And that's mostly just been an inconvenience rather than being a threat. I'm sure there's things that are actually dangerous. Like things like that left-right anomaly and things like that definitely look more dangerous. Oh yeah, I'm not asking for anything to be said. I'm just mentioning this is what we've encountered up to this point. This is where the behavior comes from. As soon as I see anything new, I've been being very cautious around it. I've just been keeping my eyes open. We've certainly had to repair the car a decent amount already. But it survives. Oh yeah, there's going to be more dangerous things later. I would be very disappointed if there wasn't. And, you know, obviously anything based on a higher difficulty, that's not going to be accurate at anything other than that anyway. Since I've seen that damage is relative based on difficulty. Now, this is where things are going to become bad ideas. Once I grab this. Oh, there's a left right in front of here too. Okay. Let's not... Oh, vehicle protection compromised because I backed into the anchor. Oh, that's fine. We can fix that. Not really sure if I like parking here, but hell with it. I don't have any repair putty left, though. Before I pull that out of the room, I want to figure that idea out. Oh, that's bad. Well, you know what? But that tells me it's time to do the fuck it we ball strategy. Because I have no intentions of staying here. So it would really help if I wasn't stuck here. It also would help a lot if the gateway didn't happen to be right where everything bad is, but we're not going back anyway. We're leaving, and going down the road. I just gotta get out of here. Would help a lot if the terrain here was a little less awful, but we'll make it. We'll be okay. We're getting caught up in the storm, but I have healing. Because unfortunately, I can't really turn in the direction I would like to because there's too much shit in the way. Oh, we're driving into bad. Nope. Nope. You're not winning this fight, Storm. I am going to drive out of here, and you can't stop me. tree, though, that tree will stop me because it nudged me just enough over that I couldn't fight that one. We're almost out of it, though. We'll be fine. Or it happened to turn with me. That's lovely. That's okay, though. We can use its own power to help push me up the hill. Nope, I took a wrong turn to try to get away from this. This is bad. This is bad news all around. Oh, that's not where I want to be either. Just ride it out. We'll be okay. It's almost over. See? We're fine. Nothing that bad. Now, if I end up in there, then we'll have a problem. But thankfully it's not blowing this way, I don't think, so we're fine. No fear. Car might have some fears, but it's fine. It'll live. No, I want that. Game, please. Put it where I told you to put it. We'll fix our remaining injuries. Yeah, the fact that this whole area is hilly mess really made that more complicated than it needed to be to get out of that. Because our only other play would have been to go for this road and try to take the long looping way out of here. And I knew we didn't have time to try to do that. So, that's why I took the shot that I did. Actually, how are we looking on battery? I think the physics engine's having a moment with where we're sitting. Because we're parked, but it's dancing. Oh, we lost the crude headlight entirely. Oh, no, we lost both headlights entirely. Well, that's inconvenient. Battery's still fine, though. Good thing I don't really need those headlights that badly. I'm not gonna worry about going and getting that other anchor. I think I'm just gonna leave here before anything else bad happens. That seems like a better idea. Now, getting out of this position, that's gonna be a whole other animal. Definitely need to get some repair putty made ASAP, though, because this car is falling apart a little bit. Yeah, I know. Hull integrity, critical, etc., etc. I don't know how this ended up over here, but I'm taking it. But yeah, you also have to understand that considering at worst I'll just have to do another trip, dying's not really a big concern for me. Like, I'm currently in the no fear state of things because I've not actually been properly punished for my hubris. Invariably, I will be punished properly for my hubris. But we'll cross that bridge when we come to it. For now, it's more entertaining to be reckless and stupid. I think that is getting closer. So I should not stay here any longer than I have to. I also haven't committed to this being more than a one-off yet, so I have very little attachment to success right now, which never hurts. Right, I don't have any chemicals. The buildings I went to didn't have any. That's why I didn't make any. Might actually just have to make replacement parts soon. Yeah, I know, you don't like climbing this, but you're climbing it anyway. Because we need to get to the road. I've definitely been more of a hazard to this car than anything in the game so far, though. We have full fuel, so let's not worry about that right now. Especially with the bollards around, I just want to get out of here before they ruin my whole day. Go around the spooky anomaly. No. I don't know what kind of range the bollards have, but they're the only thing to have actually caused me issues other than the storms. So I will currently have respect for those. Everything else I have very little respect for so far. Yeah, I know, there's gateways. I don't care, game. That's not the goal I have at the moment. I'm trying to get to the next part here. Just go around that. I don't know what kind of range that has, but it seems like as long as you're not directly where the colored bits are happening, you're fine. We got a long road to drive here, though. But everything is absolutely fine. The car is in pieces, but it's still running, and that's all that matters right now. Don't know what that means, but I'm gonna find out before I drive into it. So it's irradiated here, which is not good. No, there's just a spark tower there. Okay, that's a lot. Okay, I think that's just showing that there's radiation here. Because we're already in it, as it turns out, so that concern's already over, and our car is too damaged to protect us from radiation, so it doesn't much matter. So we may as well just commit to the bit and get through here. And just hope we don't get nuked with lightning too badly. This is gonna hurt. There we go. There's a pothole anomaly. I'm assuming smashing into those rocks with the car probably would sting. A lot of mannequins here. Okay. We'll just go off-road to go around them. Or the car doesn't want to go up here for some reason. We've definitely climbed worse than this before. Oh, there's mud here, that's why. And we'll just take it a little more aggressively. I'm not driving through the crowd of mannequins, not with the damage we already have. That will end poorly. So, they sure did put a lot of hazards in the middle of the road here, huh? I definitely made the right choice jumping off the mountain instead of going on the road. Oh, I think we're ending up in this one. I just saw some of it go by. Nope. I think we actually happened to pass between them, because I think there might have been two of them there. So we're fine. See? Nothing to be afraid of. No reason to have fear as long as you can bully your way through any problem you run into. They really did put a lot of mannequins around, huh? Joke's on you, I pay attention where I'm driving. Whether I have control over where I'm getting sent while I'm driving is a whole other animal. Another real nasty zone. This is gonna sting. Ow, 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 ow. Anyway, we're fine. Mannequins? It's a good thing I'm not a terrible driver. I can't say I'm a great one, but I'm not a terrible driver. Otherwise, I would have been slamming into most of those mannequins, probably. We need to get through here quick before the bollards really fuck my whole day up. Yeah, this road just kind of sucks. There's more nastiness. Ow, 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 ow. And I don't have any healing to keep fixing all these injuries I'm taking from that either, so that's gonna get inconvenient quickly. But fingers crossed where we're going is gonna be a little less bad. Which it's implied that there's something good where we're going, so... You know, we're just gonna bank on that right now. And there we go. No problems at all. Oh yeah, I'm sure the car has gotten a quirk or two by now, with all the harm it's taken. Oh, there's so much here. Perpetual stability, once again.
Sierra. Never wanted to think about this place ever again. Head toward town.
Oh, that didn't look good.
Cappy is smack dab in the middle of where Sierra used to be. You can't miss it.
Could it have something to do with all the weird green arcs over there? More mannequins in the road. Another left-right in the road.
Is there a reason you're driving straight towards the largest honking anomaly in the zone?
You wanted to know if there's a speck of remnant energy in that car? This is how you do it.
You're using Cappy to amplify the remnant signal. That's insane.
You know, this does sound like a bad idea when you put it that way. But I'm all for science. What could possibly go wrong? Ah.
Are you sure about this?
No, but I'm doing it anyway.
Fine.
It's not fine. Look at those radiation spikes that Colossal Cappy's still giving off after all these years. To achieve any sort of resonance, the driver's going to have to get right up against Cappy.
I get you, Francis, but Oppie's got a point. Any remnant energy lingering in the car is too weak to detect with conventional methods.
Except you detected it before.
This isn't about sides. That's a good plan.
I won't risk someone's life just so we can log another remnant sighting.
The driver can make their own decision. I'm not forcing them to do anything. For all I care, they can lay down and wait until the instability takes them.
You're making it
That's
sound
what
like I have
gets
so
them out
much of a
my
choice when you say it
faster
that
than all
way.
these Shenanigans.
But that is true. If she wants us gone, there's faster ways to get us killed than this. She could have just sent us into the first actually dangerous thing around and then told us it would have been fine. Oh boy. There's something real bad lurking underneath that. Whatever that spinning thing is. I don't know what that means, but I definitely know it's not good for me. There's also an abductor coming, so we need to get away from that. Yeah, that buzzsaw thing. That seems bad. Also seems really cool, though. Well, we're almost there. Here's hoping this isn't a health check for the car. Oh, we're gonna ramp right into it, aren't we? Hell yeah! Woo! You know, I'm really suddenly getting the idea that this might not be the best plan. Might want to take a look for resources before I commit to doing this, because I don't know, now that I think about it, whether I will die before this activates properly. So let's check this station here before we go into that. Like, I'm not particularly concerned about the car surviving, because I'm pretty sure it will. I think my health, however, is low enough that the radiation will kill me before whatever plot event is supposed to happen from that happens. I was fully expecting to turn around and have one of those mannequins be blocking the door. Yeah, we already cleaned all that out. But yeah, to go back to to play safe or not to play it safe concept. Games that actively punish you when you make mistakes encourage you to play it safe. But that only starts to matter once the consequences have shown themselves. Like, obviously, I know there are penalties, because it was mentioned in the difficulty descriptions. But until the consequences actually are in front of me, they really don't have any meaning. You know? They're just words until you actually die. A first aid kit to fix up myself. Still didn't find any chemicals. How are our tires doing on that note? Fine, 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 and fine. Surprisingly okay. I kind of expected to see them be in far worse shape than that. Let's scope this place out a little more thoroughly just in case, though. See if, like, around back there's anything that'll have chemicals or anything. Nope, just more mannequins. Okay. What about the other building? So if I could just find a little bit of repair material, I'd be a lot more comfortable. Door's the lie. No luck, huh? I could rip up the radio and such, but that's not gonna get me the things I'm looking for. Oh, no sense putting it off any longer. The car may very well get torn to shreds. But as long as the engine still runs, we can always fix it. So the fact that there's zero protection might mean we die rapidly in there. But hey, nothing ventured, nothing gained, right? Worst case, we die, and we do it again. And I just be a little less reckless and stupid.
Oh, no response. Maybe you need to get closer to Cappy's core way up there. Can you find a way to hurry around?
Jesus. Where is said bridge? 'Cause I can't see shit. This place is littered with mannequins. Yeah, we're gonna die here. Just so you know, we're gonna die. Ironically enough, I died because of the headlights having been broken. Which most places weren't dark enough to be a problem, so it's just like, I'll worry about it later.
Being dead. Huh? You're back at the garage. How could that be? Oh, car got you back somehow. Very, very interesting. I'll have to observe this further.
Yep, car is not in great shape, though. I opened my door, but door's gone. Yeah, it got stripped to the bones. That's about what I figured. Box is also empty of everything for the most part, which is also expected. But behold, we've seen the consequences of death now, and I gotta say, I'm not that impressed. Oh, wow. Dumpster was very friendly with the amount of things it gave me here. There we go, slap a fresh steel hood on. Grab this. Because the thing is, we have so much stuff in the transfer trunk as well that I can just rebuild like everything. Not really an issue. Just gonna have to quickly and easily rebuild the car. Unfortunately, our driver's side door isn't gonna be as strong as it used to be, because we used to have a steel door there. But clearly, no amount of door strength was going to save me in that situation anyway. We are going to run out of duct tape here in a second. So we might not get all the paneling back on. Yeah, we're going to be missing one panel. But, hey, we still have a 90% intact car. At least we have all 4 tires still. But then again, in order for the car to be returnable, you kind of need to have tires, so. I'm going to assume the heart symbol that's on these is probably, these were ones we got back. Oh yeah, in fact, yeah, that steel panel has to have been returned too. Yeah, the front bumper's also gone. Interesting that there's a heart on the headlight. considering we lost both headlights before we died. Go ahead and fully recharge. Yeah, we're missing the other headlight. We need more gas. We're gonna be missing parts, and that's just gonna be the way it's gonna be. We could make the matter deconstructor. I'm not sure that's actually what we need. I'm not really sure what I want this for. Light replacement kit. Oh, we could actually start making our own blowtorches if we had just a bit more unstable energy. We can make the Liberator. Just blow things up. Anchor radar. Magnetic hammer. That needs corrupted energy. Relightable flare. Side floodlights. Less crude headlight. Okay, I need to research steel sheeting in order to start making steel parts. Expansion racks. We can't make any of those really yet. We can get a larger fuel can, but that's not really come up as a major issue yet. We very clearly need to do this research, though. So let's go ahead and get those two researches out of the way and then see if we can actually afford some better plating for the car. Yeah, there we go. Oh, the abductor was part of the better bumper. Lead plating would be nice, but we can't make that happen. Those are all locked. Looks like we can afford all of the steel plating bits. Which, don't get me wrong, I should have researched these before. Wait. Oh, right, I didn't read the thing yet. Let's read that before I end up researching something twice. Because a better reinforced car will allow us to get away with more. Yeah, now we don't have enough stable energy for the matter deconstructor, but that's fine. That's only for getting rid of things that I made that I didn't actually end up wanting. Which hasn't really been an issue yet. Oh, Error can't craft this. So I need to be able to make tier 2. So I misunderstood something there. It probably is past the matter deconstructor then where I end up being able to make tier 2 stuff, huh? Improved antenna, detailing station, matter regenerator. Outfitting station. Experimental charging station. There's advanced workbench. Is that what I need? That upgrades the bench. I would presume, though, that that's probably the same case there. I could get the light replacement kit, though. Like, obviously, we're gonna have to do more trips one way or the other. Summer tires instead of spare tires. I really want those off-road tires. But tires have been the least of our actual issues so far. So let's not worry about that yet. Better engine would also be wonderful. But we already burnt too much resource. Oh, that's nice. I don't have to actually sit here and cycle through all of this. Oh, I can get proper headlights. There we go. Probably can't make them, but at the very least, we had the ability. Yeah, same issue. Needs to be able to make bulbs. But before we go anywhere, let's actually read the rest of these anomaly things. So the left, right. Yes, sir, we lost total control, sir. Veered off the road straight into a house full of squatters. 6, sir. It seems like something just took control of the truck, screwed it all up and sent it every which way. No, sir, only Jackson, who probably has a broken wrist. Everyone else is fine, while all those squatters only seem a little scared. Well, sir, the thing is, we actually think they're foreign. They're dressed kind of strangely. They all have hats and flannel shirts. Canadians? But I thought Canada was north of Seattle. Victoria? Who is she? Oh, I see. Well, if we can get a translator on the line, I'm sure we can work that out very fast. I mean French, sir. But I thought that Canadians spoke French. Miller dated a Canadian and she spoke French. Oh, I see. Well, I'll try that now. Hello in there. Are you alright? Hello, do you understand me? We come in peace. Me American, you Canadian. Friends! Sir, I think they're unhappy. Can't imagine why. So the left-right anomaly just messes with your control, I guess. That's kind of what I assumed it was going to do. Like, either it was going to actively spin you or it was going to mess with your control of the vehicle. Well, since its whole thing was spinning. Abductor we've already encountered, but... Dear Maggie, once again I miss you and the kids so much. I'm sorry I haven't written sooner. I have a few moments right now, so I figured it would be good to put pen to paper. I hope you don't mind the handwriting being so wiggly, but me and the guys are in a bit of a pickle right now. You see, our van got pulled up into a tree. I'm afraid I can't explain exactly what happened, top secret things and all, but we're safe, trust me on that. We also have 2 hours to wait before rescue comes, hanging 50 feet above the ground, and right on top of a ridge. I'll send this as soon as we get back to the barracks and write you a much better letter after. But in the meantime, here's a picture. I sketched it out while we were waiting. If there's one thing we have up here, it's a heck of a view. Love always, Joe. Spark Tower. Plasma-powered spark transmitters combining previously obsolete coils with limb-enhanced repeaters have been proven to be the best way to boost signals throughout the zone. The constant increase in radiation and electromagnetic interference has made radio communication extremely difficult and often subject to bizarre distortions. These new modified coils appear to have solved that. The addition of local plasma power sources is a reliable way to keep each node within this vital infrastructure both operational and independent. However, the price we have to pay is constant maintenance and repair. They're demanding beasts and burn through components rapidly. If key resistors and capacitors aren't regularly replaced, they quickly develop a habit of either shorting out or even releasing constant high-voltage, low-current discharges into the immediate vicinity. Well, we're experiencing that already. Pothole. Hey boss, I'm out here working with Mira and Tobias from maintenance, and I'm afraid we got some bad news about our gear. We've run into some trouble and we don't think we're getting it back anytime soon. Sorry, bad start for my first potholing job. Tell me when you get this, or better still, I think you should just come down here and see for yourself. Our tools, our signs, our lights, they've all taken flight, so to speak. Really, I'm serious. I'm dead serious. You should see this. You know how you told me we were normal people working in a very abnormal place? I think I know what you mean now. Hurricane squall, just big wind. The hurricane squall might actually be what was hitting us, since it was just high winds throwing us around. And we read those three already before all things went to hell. I'm not going to go through all of this because this is not really going to be super relevant information. I don't think there's anything in here that I don't already have basic information on. Okay, yeah, we might be able to get our stuff back if we go back. Which we're gonna be going back because we have to. And I appreciate the game at least not deleting my tools. That would have been upsetting. But hi-ho, it's back out we go. Yeah, see, there's a tombstone there. Hey, Gab, hope you're doing well. We'll go ahead and chart a course. And let's actually bring some extra components with us this time. Because if I had been able to fix the damage we had taken from my recklessness, we also would have been fine. I think chemicals are really the only thing we need to bring, though. Is we found everything else on site just fine. Chemicals were just being a pain. So can I fix the glass, or do I need to replace it to fix the glass? This might work on the glass wares. We'll find out. I suppose I could scan it. Yeah, see, cracked, fixed sealing kit. There we go. But I would need to make more sealing kits to fix other ones. Though, actually no, all the glass other than that's fine, so we're good. I assume the broken glass was probably what killed off our protection. Hey, are we missing a front windshield? No, it's just damaged. But I don't think I have enough to make another sealing kit. No, I need to get more duct tape. But we can find duct tape in the field just fine, so we'll just need to make sure to do that. Alright, off we go. So the music definitely was not keeping up with what was happening, so we'll go ahead and turn that up another step. Yeah, there's no point in turning that headlight on by itself. Especially not out here. It may be more worth our while, though, to do a partial trip, get some more power, and then go out the rest of the way. But I'm sure we can finish this trip. I just need to actually not be as reckless this time. Going there in the daytime might have also made a massive difference, because I would have been able to see. But now that we know that we can get hit by massive storms while we're in this area, we just need to be a little bit smarter. Oh, there's the saws here now. Speaking of things that actually seem like they might be concerning.
And about those anomalies, I don't recommend you spend much time around them. Unless you've got a death wish, in which case, be my guest. When we're all dead and gone, and limb technology but a footnote in the history books, the anomalies will remain.
They're the legacy of our work here, and the Olympic Peninsula belongs to them now.
Oh, pneumatic deposit box with a bunch of stuff. Don't know how relevant half of these things are, like this needs to be stored in a fax machine, for example, but it is what it is. We'll grab it for now, do something with it if we can. I do want to go scan that buzzsaw thing if I can, though. Oh, there's bollards about again. I did drive very far away from where those are before I parked. We'll find more of them. I'm not interested enough to go all the way over there for it. Yeah, basically I'm gonna try to get our supplies back up a bit. Ideally before anything crazy happens in this place. And you would think that dying would tell me, like, hey, maybe don't be as reckless this time. But at the end of the day, it both did and didn't teach me that lesson. Because what it taught me is that death is costly, but since I can recover what I lost, it's not really that big a deal. Now, the fact that I don't have enough to make another scrapper, that's more inconvenient. We know about that building. Let's mark the next one. I just gotta watch out for all of the mannequins in the road. Though we've proven that actually I'm almost better off hitting them with the car than I am dealing with them on foot. Unless I have something worth throwing at them. Some food, and we got the duct tape we needed. So we're now missing everything else we were needing for it, I think, because I used up a bunch of materials. That MRE is going to be handy for healing us later. There's a tow truck. But we won't be able to scrap it because we don't have enough for the scrapper still, I don't think. I'm just having a look at it to see what kind of shape it's in. See whether it would be worth coming back for. And, you know, siphon the gas, because why not get free gas? Speaking of, how much of our gas did we even use up? Good amount of it already. Oh, right, because I didn't fill up the tank when we were about to leave. That's the thing I forgot to do off the checklist. Which means I actually want to siphon this canister that's here too, then. This way we have a full tank. Because it would have been real awkward to run out of gas, like in the middle of an anomaly field or something. So what's with the yellow glows? That one over there is an anchor. I guess maybe the other one is an anchor too? Oh boy. Hi. I'm guessing that's going to explode or something. I should probably get that off the front of the car. Broken bunny. Huh. Okay. Is it still functional? It says it's broken, but it doesn't really look any different than it did before. Let's get this further away. Huh. Weird. How did that door get open? Did it open the door? Was it trying to get in? Huh. Weird. Anyway, what? Okay, that's instability over there. Rather than driving any closer to those, what's the deal with this? gold shell stump. Conductive gold shell. Locked, fix none. What do you mean fix none? I guess I can't do anything with that right now? Well, I guess I could go grab the magical golden football. And honestly, might be safer if I just run over there, grab it, and run away. Some radiation here, which sucks. Yoink! Hindsight being 2020, grabbing this now might have been a terrible idea, but I managed to get it, and that's what matters. Oh yeah, that's where those came from then. That makes sense. We're gonna have to like really boogie to get away from that. But at least we have a position near a road to actually try to outpace this one. I just wish the map was a little closer to my front view here. Ah, shit, fire. I was watching the map, not actually watching where I was driving closely enough until it was almost too late. I'm gonna dive toward the town, try to get away from this situation. Just ride that spin out, it'll be okay. It looks like the projected path it has is gonna take it up towards where that exit up there is, which is gonna take it away from where I'm going. Yeah, it should pass us cleanly now. Oh, so I'll be able to assess damage in a second. Which shouldn't be anything too major. There's another soccer field full of tourists. And it looks like a basketball court as well. Let's pull in over here. Seems relatively safe here at this exact second. Why does that door keep popping open? That must be a quirk that developed. Like you park the car and the door pops open. Well, this building seems like it's somewhat unhelpful. Yeah, there's some food. Better than nothing. I've already looked at that room. Yep. Garbage house. Trash can had more than the entire building did, aside from food. Don't get me wrong, food is important, but I was hoping for more. I think I might have enough plastic to make a new grinder, though. Yeah. There we go. Now we can get all of our other resources on track. I thought I turned the car off. Oh yeah, the radio's independent of the main bit there. Okay. That's fine. I'm just making sure, because I don't want to burn the whole battery out. So where was that phone? Because the phone will give us more plastic potentially. There it is. Also batteries and electronics and things. All of which may very well be important. It's a shame you can't, like, scrap these refrigerators and such that have components in them after emptying them. But I suppose they didn't want to go too heavy-handed on what you can and can't break, just so people don't spend the entire time, like, sitting there chewing components to pieces. Oh, good, you can break fences that way. This door is painted on. Why am I seeing a random thing about butterscotch cookies? Hang on, I have a bad feeling about that. Let's get back to the car right quick. I'm going the wrong way to get back to the car.
The cookies right into a puddle. One time they actually melted.
Oh no.
Aggressively in the
It's not actually a storm.
flipped over the side of the pan. But so much butter gives the cookie its signature creamy taste and
I'm gonna assume it's something to do with the fact that we're in this little town here. So actually, let's move the car further in. On that note. Yeah, because our radio must have just gotten, like, taken over for a bit there. Because there's so many buildings here we can scrap out things from and loot and all that. Basically, anytime I saw one of those question mark broadcasts, I just kind of associated that with those instability storms coming through. Because when we got all that static before, that was when one of those storms was coming through. I also forgot to put all of the things I was carrying away in the car, though. It's a good thing a lot of what we're going to be picking up is going to be the same stuff. But see, the amount of resources we're picking up is why I wasn't that spooked about losing resources to dying. It's like, oh hey, I guess I'll just go get another 30 of all of the above. What a shame that I lost, like, the 5 I had. And, like, obviously it does cost a decent amount to rebuild all that stuff, but eh. It just means you rebuild it better the second time. Or third time, or fourth time, or 50th time, depending on however many times things have gone horribly wrong. Just make sure that things are okay, because I'm seeing the bitrate go a little wacky again. Nope, of course, no sooner do I stop to look at it, does the bitrate stabilize. Don't you love that? Don't you just love random stability? We can make a bulb, but we can't actually make this business tier 2 anyway, so it wouldn't help. We don't have a pry bar anymore, so let's make one of those. Make some spare repair putty, because that was part of our problem when we died, is I didn't have enough to make repair putty. Okay. So if we get a better look in here. Yeah, this whole place is just riddled with houses. So let's finish clearing those out. Looks like a lot of these aren't going to be enterable houses based on all those X's. But the amount of trash we can pick up is good enough. What was... Dumpster pearl? Huh. Break one of these apart and who knows what'll pop out. Oh, well, I cracked it. I don't know if that's what I'm supposed to do. Now it's oxidized. Oh, it just has a lot of health. But I don't know if I'm damaging it in a useful way. There's just a hand vac here? Okay. Because I definitely didn't leave one there because I have mine. So I don't know how that got there. But we take those. Kind of wish I hadn't made one now. But you don't know till you try. Howdy, neighbor. Fuck you. Not too dissimilar to how I feel about some neighbors I've had over my life. So much duct tape to solve all of my problems with. Can I actually get in the shed? I can. I was fully prepared to say I can't. Then they surprised me. Off-white paint, I don't think I need to bother bringing that with me because I don't have a means of using that yet. Not that I know of. Oh wait, I can just use it. Okay. Let's actually paint the car a bit then, because boy could it use a coat of paint. I mean, theoretically, yes, but usually that's way more trouble than it's worth, too. Ah, I see. I thought the paint was gonna paint over the issues with it, not just paint around the problematic bits. I think I almost liked it better before. Ah, well. Like, at this point, I may as well just commit to what I've done here. Make the whole thing uniform. At least the car will be easier to find. Even if this is absolutely not a color I would have chosen. Anyway. Yeet. Don't need that anymore. We're getting so much food this time. Then again, I would assume an abandoned small town like this would be like one of your prime spots for getting food. Because, you know, they said that a lot of the evacuations and such were very sudden. Fair, yeah. It kind of becomes a matter of balancing which one's more of an issue, when in a lot of cases. know why this is all fenced off. It's not even radiated here. I just didn't really like this person. Maybe this is the kind of neighbor we were talking about. Somebody just took it upon themselves to just completely fence them in to get rid of them. Impact hammer, huh? Okay. Thunk. Now, what were they hiding that they needed to put that kind of lock on it? The answer is nothing in particular, apparently. Guess they got one too many spam calls and they locked their phone up in a crazy shed with an unmarked sign in front of it. Huh. Weird. Not sure if I should even be trying to make sense of it. It probably won't make sense even if I do. Hope all's well, Morg. There we go, just toss all that stuff in there. Don't think I'll be able to make anything meaningful out of that, because, yeah. I could make some first aid kits, but we're buried in food. Let's make a sealing kit, though, so I can fix that window. Huh. Well, that's suspiciously convenient. You know, so far so good. Exploded the car once already, but you know, you kind of get over it after a little bit. Let's have a look at the map before I commit to grabbing that. We do have instability coming, but there's an exit right there, so if we grab the anchor and just book it, we'll be fine. And that'll get us more stable energy. Yoink. I was gonna work on building another replacement headlight right quick, but more interested in getting out of here now, suddenly. Gotta go! Yeah, because there's all kinds of gateways we could use to get out of here, or I could just use the standard exit over here. Pay no mind to the broken machine chasing me around. It's fine. It can't catch me as long as I don't let it. And we are out of here. I'll repair the windshield once we're through the gate here. And into the next area. Because there shouldn't be anything actively trying to kill me immediately in there. And there we are. We'll pull out of the gate just enough that it does what it needs to do, and then we'll park and get said work done. Really ominous.
Newbie. Cappy's waiting.
Shush you, I'm working on stuff. Oh yeah, right, I still need more road flares to make it another headlight. There we go, windshield's no longer busted.
I'm not risking anyone's life. That car's clearly been protecting the newbie. Something special's going on beneath that hood. Besides, where's your sense of experimentation,
I feel like I
Francis?
came in the middle of a conversation.
But I'm quite content to leave killing someone out of my definition of an experiment.
I mean, the experiment killed me once already and I lived, so, you know, I'm sure it's fine. We'll just live through it again. Because Opie is right, the car is protecting us. That said, Turns out getting in there was real bad, and I also wish they had told me about getting up on that bridge a lot sooner than when I was nose deep in the middle of the mannequins. That's kind of bad flagging on their part, which was obviously intentional because of the way the plot for that was laid out. But that doesn't mean I have to be happy about how that played out. Because I absolutely could have gotten away with my shenanigans if it weren't for that. This looks neat. Oh, it makes me go fast. Oh boy. Well, good news, we're going where we're going. Bad news, it's a little hard to control. Case in point, I slammed the handbrake in order to save that one to begin with. That's why you don't just touch random shiny things. Quite easily, as it turns out. Oh, they're good at Rude. They're definitely good at Rude around here. Considering there's things called bullards that just appear from under the ground occasionally. There's that thing that would spin me around. All those mannequins, if I crashed into them, they'd explode. There's these flying things called abductors that'll just pick you or your car up and chuck you. It's a whole thing around here, really. True, and it was really fun flying at the speed of Yes. And we survived, so, you know. And at the end of the day, it's fine. Ooh, an ARDA investigator. Anything cool? Because they said ARDA vehicles had unique stuff. So far, I'm not particularly impressed. It's got off-road tires, which I once again wish I could just rip off this thing and put on mine, but I can't. Ah, you can actually open this now. You just had to scan it first. Ooh, plasma charger. There we go. Now we talking. So it really looks like a... Oh, I was gonna say it looks like a cattle prod, and what do you know? Modified cattle prod. And it's for charging our battery, which is great news. But I don't think our battery needs to... This thing's terrifying, but also probably very useful. Pretty solid charge. Go ahead and put that in the box for now. Probably need to repair up a little bit too. Actually, no. Despite bouncing our way through that one fence and all the shenanigans we got up to, really isn't that bad. Oh, the bumper's gone. And the headlight's still here. Oh wait, no, I never replaced that bumper, did I? Oh yeah, after the initial death. So let's go ahead and get a new bumper. Because that'll help a lot with taking those frontal collisions. And I never did replace this one panel here either. Let's go ahead and get that fixed. There we go. Those aren't... That's not the right color, but it's fine. It's at the very least making the car slightly more intact again. After the death incident. Apparently there's gates here now too, so I wonder if there's gonna be an instability storm that's gonna come haunt my life again. Because it might be that you just have instability every moment after you take the first orb. Oh. Let's loot this area again before we go forth. Yeah, I can only use the nozzle. Ooh, there is, however, an abandoned squire I can tear apart here. Still really sad we can't just take these doors off and use them too. But it's fine, at least they give me a lot of materials. Really though, we should just make like a... what would be the right word for it? Just make a really good drill of some kind. Just undo all of the things that put this together and then put them on my car. Drill is not the word I want for it, but that gets the right concept. Yeah, we should be able to endure the radiation a bit better this time, since we actually have our protection value on the car not at 0. Let's make a couple first aid kits to have on hand for this though, so we can keep ourselves healed up while we're going through there. The car survived the incident to begin with. We just ran out of health tooling around in there. So I'm presuming we're still going to take radiation damage in there. So as long as we have a means of healing ourselves, we can kind of just outlast it till we find our way to where exactly it wants us to be. At least that's the theory. The practice of that might be a very different animal, but the theory is sound enough. How are we doing for fuel? Game. I was just looking at the fuel tank. We could do with a bit more. I'm gonna have to angle this slightly awkwardly. Potentially. Actually, is the gas cap on my side or the other side? I always forget with this car. Would you not? Yeah, it is on this side. Never mind. No awkwardness required. Go ahead and fill up the tank. So if we die, we're not gonna need this, but, you know, never hurts. Always make sure to put your car in park before you fill up. Though, arguably I should have turned the car off too, but details. Okay, so there's the bridge that they wanted me to go to, but how do I get to it? It actually looks like I gotta go way out of my way to get up there. So I think actually if I go this way, and I follow this road that's over here, which is on the other side of the barrier, or I think I'll get up to where that bridge is. Like, it's almost like that was designed to kill you the first time if what I'm following here is gonna be correct. Then again, they may not have expected the player to blindly dive into the middle of the radiation field either. It's like, oh hey, the green dot's that way. I guess I'll just throw the car into the middle of the green dot and hope for the best. Hello? What's this? Some kind of like geothermal vent. Shaker, okay. Probably will launch you or something if you drive over it. Gotta log all the anomalies. Let's see, we want to go that way. So let's just go off-road for a moment here. so we can avoid the shaker and the spark tower that's over there. Yeah, there we go. There's the road I was looking for. Downed tree in the middle of it, and a pothole anomaly. Not that I can even really call this a road. This is just more like a set of dirt that happens to achieve the direction of a road. And a modest imitation of road. But at the end of the day, it'll get us where we're going. Just get around that. And we probably can just push our way up this hill, and that'll get me where I'm trying to go. If the car has enough get up and go to get up there. Nope, I think we're hitting too harsh a slope now. Come on. Come on. Nope, there's sand here too, which doesn't help. Just immediately like, nah. Good thought, but no. No shortcuts. If I had a stronger engine in this thing, I probably could chuck it up that hill, but it just ain't doing it right now. Better tires would also probably have gotten enough grip to be able to pull me the rest of the way up. There's a spark tower there. I gotta be a little bit careful. Speaking of careful, hello, mannequins. Please don't blast me. I do not wish to be blasted. Oh, there's a lot of shakers here. Looks like I can just get around them, though, and we'll be okay. That abductor might be more of an issue, considering I've got to be careful where I'm going. I think I am right, though. I think the bridge is here. Especially with how hard they're trying to stop me from going this way. I missed my exit, though. You know what? No, I think I'm wrong. I think I might, in fact, just be wrong. Let's pull the car over to the tower, though. Yeah, I know. Bad slope, bad slope. Oh, no. This seems like a place that might be safe from that abductor. Keyword being might. I'm gonna kind of watch his movement pattern. Yeah, he seems to just kind of hover around that spot over there. Okay, see, there's the bridge. So yes, I can get there from here. I just need to go down there. But I wanted to get a look at where we were going outside of the car. Is the car, the second I pulled over here, was gonna start sliding down and causing all kinds of issues. So it looks like a major like highway bridge got eaten and turned into this mess. Let's have a look and see if there's anything good in this tower before we go to the bridge. I see. I'm going to assume a pry bar is not going to be enough to rip this door open. Nope. So I would need to get a code from somewhere, presumably. Because looking at that, it doesn't look like there's any, like, obvious markings. Yeah, arc warp we knew about already. Because we learned that after I chucked myself off a mountain. Is the keypad in here? No. Where are... Oh, there we go. go, locked keypad. Wait, code or a zap? Hold up. I don't know if they're actually telling me that I can do something there, but I have an idea. What if we hit it with the plasma charger? I don't know if it would even care. But it's at least a funny idea to try. Because in theory, anything that could charge a battery like that would potentially fry the electronics of a keypad, but that would also potentially just leave it locked. Depends on whether it would auto-release when shorted out or not. At the end of the day, the plan didn't work. Hey there, Nixie. How you doing today? Just out here trying to survive a weird anomalous zone I've ended up. Oh, nice. What are you making for dinner today? I should have started the car before pulling it out of park, but it's okay. Ooh, very good. This is gonna be a bumpy ride. Just gonna say this right now. Doing it this way is certainly a choice. But there's our destination right there. No, 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 not off the cliff. No, 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 no. See, everything's completely under control. Whoop. That's a lot of mannequins. Huh. So no matter where I go, there's a lot of these, huh? Alright, let's deal with that first then. What's the safest way to set this off? Like, obviously the car's gonna get dinged a little bit if I set them off in this position. But it should be okay. Boop. There we go. Exploding mannequin problem sorted. And there's the road we need to take, right there. Pretty sure I took the weirdest way around to get there, but the important part is we're getting there. And I'm willing to bet we avoided some problems along the way by taking the strange route around. Though we still ran into quite a lot of bad along the way here. I think I can squeeze through here.
Car's still not close enough to Cappy.
What now?
How about launching the car into Cappy's core?
I'm sorry. What?
It's simple. The driver jumps the car into the heart of the anomaly, and if I time it right, I'll open the gateway and extract them.
And if you don't?
I've run some calculations. I think it should be fine. Anyway, it's like they always say, what's an experiment without some risk of total annihilation?
I'm concerned about having my own words thrown back at me.
No way, shape, or form should we be doing this.
Well, but you know, if it's the only way, yeah, you got this kid for it.
Yeah, hang on. I gotta open the gate first. I gotta get into the control tower in order to access the bridge. Which I'm assuming that's the control tower, all things considered. But is there any goodies around here before I go potentially blow myself up? You know, I really feel like I shouldn't have faith in the fact that I'm gonna get extracted out before the anomaly consumes me. But at the same time, I've been running on bad ideas to begin with here. So what's one more bad idea? What's this do? gears into road flares. Meh. Also, the last time I tried to use one of those, it didn't work, so there's probably something I don't understand with that anyway. Looks like there's not much else here for me. Except that. This is why you explore. Another handbag. It's in better shape than the one I've got, so we'll just trade those. It's nice having infinite stamina, honestly. Oh, time for a bit of good idea, bad idea. Good idea, leaving here. Bad idea, doing what I'm about to do. Oh, they even put a booster here for me. Well, that was weird. So, we survived.
Damn it, you piece of crap. Come back on already. Can you hear me? Cappy fried my transmission systems. Thought I lost you for a moment. Well, it all worked out, didn't it? The gateway got you out.
Sort of.
And it looks like the ARC device is still
Intact with all the data it's recorded from your drive.
I'm not sure the arc is what got me out of there, if I'm honest.
Cappy amplified the car signal and it matches. Looks like Tobias and Francis found their remnant after all. Unfortunately, what they've been saying is true. The remnants drive their victims mad. Maybe that car, having sat dormant for this long, will give you a little more time.
Or I'm already mad to begin with.
I'm still game to get you out of here. The faster you leave, the longer you'll have to enjoy the rest of your sanity.
Well, that sounds good, doesn't it?
None of the routes you've mapped so far leads to a way out. Why don't you head back out and chart some more? You can get in touch with Tobias and Francis while you're out there.
I mean, it's as good an idea as any, but first, spending the energy I picked up so that I can make myself stronger. Or at the very least, make myself have better things. You know, I don't think I'm ever gonna get used to that. Wish I could do that in real life, though. Just summon things out of thin air. Now that we have that activated, now we have more open spaces here. And if I activate this, I'll have access to the advanced workbench, which will hopefully allow me to do what I was trying to do before. We'll just replace this clutter with matter regenerator. Gotta love how Oppie was like, please don't mess up my garage, and here I am making the garage just better across the board with fancy technology. They really should be thanking me. Investigator module. I need one more steel sheet and some unstable energy. Gotta figure out where I get unstable energy from. I could get the detailing station just to get that out of the way. Yeah, why not? We'll slap that in over here next to the car. I don't see how that would help at all. I see. Don't we have a thing? Yeah, we have the Astrogator. How do I Astrogator? Get new steering wheels, a new shifter. What? Oh, hood ornament. Antennas, stickers. I'm sure, but I was able to just put the astrogator on this entire time, and I've just been a fool. I don't think the energy of screaming children is going to be beneficial here. It would be unstable. You're right about the fact that it would be an unstable energy. I just don't think it would be a usefully unstable energy. All it would do is give me a headache. Ah, there we go. I think I'm starting to understand. I had to hold it in my hand and put it in there. And now we have a bobblehead, I guess. Which just kind of hangs out there. Yeah, if you ever figure out a converter for that, then maybe that might be an idea. Oh, I need to tell it what the problem is. Front right door is opened. No part of that is correct. Oh wait, I think I'm telling it the problem backwards. Yeah, there we go. Shifts to park. Front right door opens. There we go. Correct diagnosis. Guess as refunded. Now, what do I do about that? I need one mechanics kit to fix that. Okay. I had a feeling that's what you were getting to, but I also just refused to acknowledge it entirely. Now, do I fix it with the mechanics kit here? What part of the car needs to be fixed with the mechanics kit here? Yeah, because if I get in here, I get in completely, so that doesn't help. I guess I need to look at this further, probably. Ah, there we go. I just needed to bring it the item. And then everything got trippy, and then suddenly the problem is fixed. Okay. You know, if fixing all issues with a car just caused trippy visuals to happen and then it was fixed, I probably would be a lot more inclined to deal with cars. Oh, we do have other paints. No, these are decals, though, not paints. Which reminds me, let's check the dumpster now that we're back again. There. The dolphin. Okay. I really thought that said Radium Motors for a moment there, and it would have been honestly very fitting. With how much of an irradiated disaster this area is. Which reminds me, let's grab all of these so I can get rid of them. Specifically go put them into the place where they belong. So they stop just kind of sitting. In case there's other things they need to send to me later in the game. Because honestly, I don't think the car is surviving well enough so far for me to be wanting to put decals and fancy things on it, because I feel like they're just gonna get ripped right off of here. There you know. One left to store, you're saying? What do I have left to store? Is there something I kept in here? Oh yeah, the paint remover that I hung on to. Ironic enough that I kept the paint remover, but I didn't keep the paint that I found because I didn't want it. How do I take one of these apart? Maybe I put it in the deconstructor? Generator. That's where the music's coming from. This thing. I'm gonna go out on a limb and assume yes, that worked, considering the amount of things it just spat out. Oh, and I got paint too. Neat. That's gonna be a better paint than the just kind of off-white we have, that's for sure. I mean, it's just a bland dark green, but it's still better than the bland off-white we had. Now, if only we could get rid of, oh, I don't know, all of the rust and damage all around the paint. The paint might matter more at that point. I know, let's paint the headlight. Which ended up painting the whole... Oh, uh-oh. The astute amongst you may notice that the color there has changed. The color of the light specifically. We might have a green light now, as in the actual light generated by the headlight might be green instead of useful. That could be a problem. But at the same time, it might be funny. Oh, yeah, actually looking at that, then again, that's a green door, so maybe it's still plain light? We'll find out. As we'll store that. This could have consequences. But then again, who knew? My actions have consequences. When did that ever end up being a thing that matters? Come here to me. Oh yeah, I also forgot to put the high-tech steering wheel we found away. We'll redistribute this stuff in a second here. I'm just putting it all in one place so I can figure out what I do want to take with me and what I don't. Yeah, we still don't have enough road flares, because that might actually be the one thing we did lose of any significance, is we had like 12 road flares when we died, and we lost all of them. Just chuck the transfer trunk over there. Put the food and med kit in there. Give me this. So I can chuck that away. Repair putty can go in there. Can I actually, like, siphon fuel from in here? No. What I was gonna do to be clever is siphon fuel from my own gas tank and then put more fuel in it. But obviously they don't want you doing that, because that would be a little too cheeky. Would have been real useful though, which is probably the other reason why that's not allowed to work. I don't think there's anything else left to move or change. Actually, put the saw up there. No, actually that can stay here, because if we get other large things, they would need to go into these side pockets anyway. Alright, let's take a look at that route planner. Oh, extreme conditions, huh? Well, we're not going back there then. Everything over there seems like it sucks now. We're also not guaranteed any of the stability stuff anymore. Oh, anomaly density is the issue over here. Okay. Oh no. No. Oh, and we missed out on the remnant ghost that was in here, I think, too. I think we didn't get our stuff back because I didn't go into the other part of the area. Because I completely forgot about that once I realized, oh, hey, I can just go into the thing and move on. Might actually be worth going off in a different direction. So everywhere over here is damp forest. So let's try just trekking straight out left. See if we find anything interesting over there. See if we like get new territory of any significance. Though thinking about it, same thing as we did before. Let's take some basic components with us. Specifically chemicals so we can make repair putty. Because just about everything else we were finding out in the field just fine, and we'll take the plastic with us too, because plastics were proving to be a slight irritation as well. Everything else we can cut off of cars and such. Let's go. Us and our new bobblehead friend. And now when we park, the door won't open. Oh, I probably should have repaired the damage to the car before we left. It's fine. We're missing a little bit of protection, but it'll be fine. Apparently, wait, I recharged the battery. Why is the battery not full? I mean, the headlight being on and the radio being on probably didn't help, but it shouldn't have drained that quickly. Hold that thought. We're gonna go recharge the battery again right quick before we leave. Especially considering we're not bringing the battery charger with us. Of course. Sounds about right in this day and age that a smartphone would eat half a car's battery. Let's just quickly hit the charger again. Which seems like hilariously unsafe to use, but that's part of the fun. Okay, I guess that is full battery. Just doesn't fill the meter, probably because you need better batteries before that fills that section of meter. Okay, never mind. What do I know? I want to just make another repair putty while I'm here and fix it since I'm back here anyway, then. This way, at least there's a reason that I came back. And we can pretend that this is why I did that instead of not understanding how the battery meter works. I need more putty than that. Do I have any in here? I do not. I know I have some in the trunk. I guess I'll just use what I was going to bring with me. Is repairing it now or repairing it later? It's kind of the same deal either way. Oh, and that tire needs to be fixed. I am not surprised I screwed up the alignment on at least one tire with what I was doing out there. But that also explains some of the trouble I was having keeping the car under control. And I ruined all my repair putty. Alright, let's see about getting a mechanic kit and then fixing the issue. This is reducing the amount of plastic I'm bringing with me, but it'll be what it'll be. Tink tink. Ta-da! Tire realigned. Okay. Now, pretending that we were just immediately going and nothing no reason to have ever backed up or anything. I also totally didn't just leave the car on and then drive the entire time. No, I only just now turned the car on. Anything else is clearly a mistake of the eyes. Off we go. Charting new territory. This might be the last drive we do today, though. We've already been going for 4 hours. Depends on how long this drive goes for, really. Now, just a shopping cart. Saw it from a real weird angle, so I got curious. Let's not mess with the anchors yet. Now, having proven that messing with the anchors is where those storms were coming from, which, you know, kind of just made sense to begin with. Because otherwise, why would perpetual stability be a modifier if it didn't actually do what it was supposed to? Can't read any of that text other than Arda.
Holy moly, are you kidding me right now? Oppie, you saw it too, didn't you? Tell me you saw it too.
Saw what?
What do you mean, what? Hallucinations, like the ones from 1961. It happened again, just a quick blip, like blinking your... Wait, you didn't see it?
I was in a total blackout. Colossal Cappy fried my systems.
Right, because sending the driver headfirst into Cappy didn't work out like you said it would. Big surprise.
Spare me,
I like Francis.
The driver's alive and your remnants verified. Isn't that all you wanted? Now, why are you two yapping about the mass hallucination?
When Cappy amplified the remnant signal, it triggered another hallucination event, but it only lasted 3 seconds this time. And not only that, we picked up that its source was northwest of us, specifically...
Yeah, somewhere in the deep zone.
That's impossible.
It's been 40 years.
There was also somebody trying to talk to Oppie before everything went dark, too. That may be related to said 40 years ago, too. Mysteries that may or may not ever get solved on this channel. But it's definitely mysteries you could solve by playing the game. Let's actually go scan the buzzsaw since we're in a decent position.
This hallucination wave that triggered, we picked up its waveform. And turns out it's equal and opposite to the remnant's waveform. They're paired signals. It means they're related. And what's more, if we bring that
can opener, huh?
whatever this mass hallucination source is, we have a chance of nullifying the remnant and breaking its bond with the driver. A simple destructive interference.
This is insane! After all this time, we find a remnant, a lead on the mass hallucinations of 61, and a possible way to free the driver? Pinch me, Francis.
It does seem awfully convenient when you put it that way, doesn't it?
Things were getting dull.
The remnants. It was key to the mass hallucination. This whole time.
Yes, and you nearly destroyed it.
I need to go.
This is huge, Francis. We have so much work to do.
Okay, that doesn't actually affect us for very long.
Report on the mass hallucination event. Driver, listen, you stay safe out there. We'll report back to you once we've gone through all of this data. There's a lot of it. And be careful. Oppie's not in her right mind, okay? So, watch yourself.
To be fair, y'all don't sound necessarily like you're in your right minds either. You're awfully excited about some very concerning facets of this idea here. I thought I heard a buzzsaw nearby. I gotta say though, those can openers really aren't that dangerous, because they seem to be locked on their paths. Though some of them have quite significant paths like that one does. And these mannequins are kind of just like an audience for it. They're just watching it go back and forth like people who watch NASCAR. Like, look, it's going back again. Whoa! Look at it go. Yeah. Oh, it stopped. Oh. Gotta go. Fun time's over. Don't know why there's suddenly instability here in a place where it said perpetual stability, but I need to get out of here before this goes bad for me. Might be something to that specific area. Aliens. Hi. Well, that happened, I guess. Let's go have a look at that. Is this just got kind of delivered here? Wriggling wreck. Birds. Is it gonna try to blast me again? Because we were surprisingly safe from that. No, I guess there's just nothing here, huh? I was kind of hoping I could, like, disassemble this for neat stuff or something. Oh, never mind. That is one thing I'll say about this so far, is there's a lot of things that just seem to kind of just happen, and then nothing else comes of it. They just kind of happened, and then that's it. Like, there's definitely some very interesting ideas going on here. What with the concept of these remnant items to begin with, and this mass hallucination event that was brought up. And obviously they kind of need to trickle out information for something like this to work. But at the same time, some of this is losing me a little bit. At least at the moment. Because there's just not quite enough for me to sink my teeth into here. And yeah, our light is green now. That's upsetting. Not that I have anything against the color green, I just don't know how well that's gonna carry when I need my light to be a light. Let's see if there's anything here at this building. I feel like we've rolled into an... I don't know if this is natural fog or not. Because it is hella foggy over here. This is not what I expected to see inside of the little shack. It's a shame that I can't tear this whole place up. This would be equipment central. All things considered, though, kind of a disappointing building. Real neat that it's like a, I guess maybe that might be a guerrilla radio station of some kind. Wait, what's that? No, that's just the painting on the building. It just stood out in the fog differently than it did when it was more visible. Like, I'm sure there's combinations of these effects that can also be, like, way nastier. But, like, even the controller messing thing really wasn't that scary. This might be a terrible idea. Yep, we're going right into the Oz path. Turn, you fool. I was hoping to jump over its path, but we didn't have the gumption for that. If I hadn't thought that through, we would have landed right in the path of that thing, and it would have been a disaster. Once it passes, we'll just go through and we'll be good. Kind of like letting a train cross. There's a bunch of these saws around here. Now, these are scary. Considering, I'm assuming if they make contact, they're going to rip the car to shreds. Like, if you want something that registers in my brain as a legitimate threat, a giant spinning saw blade is definitely up there. There was a bag or something over here that... Oh, it's a gas can. Oh, we may as well snag some gas while we're here. Anything neat in here? Some road flares. We do need those for another headlight. I do wonder if there's actually anything to gain from interacting with the anomalies, though. Like, maybe that's Stalker Brain talking, but... I was kind of hoping there'd be, like, artifacts to get from risking your life with the anomalies instead of them just being there to impede you. And maybe there is something you can gain, and I just don't either A, have the knowledge, or B, the ability to do that yet. Like, these anomalies are at least beneficial, the mannequins, because you get those thermocrystals from them. Now, I will say, as much as I consider these saw blades to be a legitimate threat, they also take me out of the game slightly. Because, like, the weird nonsense kind of worked. Just a giant spinning saw blade that's locked onto a track, though, seems a little silly, if anything. Again, hella dangerous, but just kind of goofy at the same time. Like, it's a weird split in my mind on that concept, but it's like both these things are true at the same time for them. It's like I can literally go stand right next to it and it won't matter, because it can't hurt you unless you choose to go into its path. Which is kind of fucked up if you think about it. And like, maybe I'm just talking out of my ass on that one, but they can hear you, tree. There's some kind of tree monsters. Limb lies. Kind of gathered that. And there was word of a Sasquatch incident in discussions that happened before. Or between our voices that are chattering at us constantly. Which, speaking of, we didn't listen to the rest of the stuff. Where is... There we go.
Oh, you know what my favorite remnant was? The record player. You remember, Francis? You play records normally, but then every now and then you hear weird voices. Like that one time it was my 5th grade lunch lady.
This again.
You know, the sooner I get this out of my system, the sooner you can have some peace and quiet.
Fine.
Hey, had a girl? Oh, boy. Hey, driver, listen. Of all the legends, of all the stories that have spawned in the zone, trust me, there are so many. The remnants? One of the best.
I'll start from the beginning. In 1964, strange objects began appearing throughout the zone. They were shabby, cast-off things that were imbued with strange properties. A broken microwave that froze food instead of warming it. A rusty can of paint that produced every color in existence. Always so out of place that people were irresistibly drawn to them.
Yeah, you know, like a mysterious car in the forest, right?
I mean, it wasn't in the forest, it was in a garage. Like, it was parked in a completely natural spot. And we were just in a time of need, so we, of course, went and grabbed it. Also, realizing we can't leave this area. So I guess I have to actually anchor out. That's mildly annoying. I guess I need to chart the path forward the same way I charted before. Just feels like an unnecessary extra step, though. But maybe that's just me. And maybe I am being a bit critical, but at the same time, that's just kind of the nature of things. Like, as an experience, this is definitely worthwhile. And it may be that it's just the early parts, because we are still early on, I would presume, don't kick off as hard as they could. And, like, obviously there's the argument to be made of, like, well, maybe you should have just played it on a higher difficulty. Except I don't think the higher difficulty would have actually made it more interesting at all. Would it have made it more dangerous? Yes, but dangerous and interesting aren't the same thing. We've had that discussion numerous times on this channel. Can it being more dangerous make it more interesting? Yes, these are not mutually exclusive concepts to each other, but it's very easy for something being just much harsher and much more dangerous to instead become less interesting because everything you do is punished. Therefore, in many cases, it becomes a question of, well, if nothing I do is rewarded and everything I do is punished, then what is the point of doing any of it? Wiggle, 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 wiggle. I'm assuming that's gonna do the big lightning thing again, which didn't seem to do anything because we were in the car, so let's just drive up to it again and cause it to happen again. Yep, there we go. Oh, I see. That's why we weren't harmed, is because it makes a circle around you. So the only way this would be dangerous is if you come upon it at speed, like if you're running from something else. Speaking of, turns out touching the anchors is not related to those storms showing up. They're showing up anyway. Unless maybe I'm just here too long. So the game's trying to move me along by sending one of those. Because that was kind of hinted at, but it wasn't like so strongly pointed at that I thought it was going to be irrelevant. And I'll be honest on that one. So I was gonna come loot this place, but that storm's heading right for me. So I think instead I'm going to boogie southward. And just outdistance it. Though this seems like a real bad direction to be going to do that. Let's go and use the road to get down instead. What the hell is that? Well, I don't have time to find out. As much as I would like to find out, I can't right now. Because we gotta get out of here before that green cloud of sadness reaches me. As it stands, it's gonna be real tight. I think we're losing the headlight. Now that we're on the road, we don't have to go far. We just need to go far enough to avoid the edges of that storm. Which the edges of it are a little nebulous. But it looks like... Oh, it might be turning. Because it may actually, in fact, be chasing us. Yeah, no, I'm gonna have to keep moving. Because we're gonna get caught in the edge of it if I stay here. Which is annoying because we're now retreading old ground because we're being pursued. And now we're not? Huh. Well, this is awkward. It almost seems like it's just hovering over the town. Now it's moving north. Slowly. Do I do the fun thing? Do I do the fun thing again? Is this whole incline here leads like right here? So we could probably just ride the mountain down and get most of the way there real fast. As before when I did this, it was a bad idea, but... And it's gonna be a bad idea again, but it'll be fun. If you are scared of heights or get motion sick easily, look away now, because we're going. Oh, that's not a good landing. Whee! Vehicle protection compromised, huh? Can't imagine how that happened. Whee! Sliding the whole way on the roof is not how I intended this to go, but I took a bad spill as I went over the edge of the shelf, so that plan didn't go the way I wanted it at all. Yeah, I think the longer we stayed on our roof, the more damage we were taking. I was making sure there wasn't something actively damaging us. Oh, there is something attacking us, I think, actually. Either that or we threw something into the air. Oh, a plasma charger. Where? How? What? Yeah, because our plasma charger's still in the trunk. The cover for the trunk's gone. Hi. I'm going to assume that might be part of where our damage came from, is there might have been mannequins where we landed. Speaking of, fuck you. All things considered, though, we could have come out of that a lot worse. Like, don't get me wrong, we didn't land gracefully anywhere near the way I wanted to. But it could have been a lot worse. Specifically repair the headlight because it's going to be gone otherwise. So it looks like it might have lost its bulb. Yeah, the bulb needs repair. The bumper was almost gone. Let this be a lesson that not all shortcuts are a good idea. just because it seems like it might be funny. Or like much faster. It is frequently a very dangerous and stupid idea to do it the way I've done this. I'm saying that the doors are open. But I think it's more the fact that there's a door missing. Oh, and there's another storm coming. Or, no, that's the previous storm still leaving. I just gotta be careful about going anywhere radiated because we have no protection right now. Or at least reduced protection. Okay, the radio is what was making the awful noise. Probably because of the fact that either A, it got damaged, or B, we're just in a place where there's no good signal. There's also saws here. Wait, haven't we been here before? Yeah, but isn't that where the guys were all watching the saw go back and forth? Oh, that's unfortunate. Because we can only make the one repair putty, right? Yeah. We can, however, make a sealing kit to fix the glass. I'm more concerned about the front windshield than anything else, so we'll fix that one first. Let's see if we can get anything good out of this tower. I haven't cleaned it out, but I think this might be the one we got scared away from by the instability bubbles. Ooh, transmuter, which turns gears into road flares again. Worthless to me at the moment. Like, obviously, I could use those red flares to make a headlamp, but I'm not that worried about that. I would need to have my shadows more powerful than they are for headlights to be necessary. And I think this is just a similar looking spot. I don't think this is actually where we were before. Either the fog is just natural to this area, or the fog is an effect. 'Cause that fog rolled in hard. Oh wait, what's this? For one thing, vacuum. Let me heal before I mess with that. This way I have full proper sight. Oh, it's just a light. Okay. Black stripes. Ooh, a bulb. Blue paint. Don't really know if I care about blue paint that much, but I'll grab it anyway. The black stripes can stay. The hand vac is that way? What is the hand vac supposed to be doing with this? See, that worked. Yeah, the fog was only temporary. Ooh, there's another one of those tubes over here, though. I know I'm leaving the car behind, but it's okay. We can still get back to the car just fine. There's another one of those glowy things over here too, though. With a lot more fruit on it. Oh no, there's a wishbone gold shell. Oh! That one actually came off. The other one wouldn't let me take it. Maybe I just did it wrong. Don't know what this does, but I'm taking it with me. Huh, some things were just meant to be ripped apart, but you can't do it alone, can you? I assume this is another thing that gets put into the matter deconstructor, probably. Let's actually bring the car closer to that spot and see if I can grab the rest of them. There definitely was more of those up there. Oh, those are big, too. Birds. Of course, no sooner do I get back in the car does the fog roll back in again. Oh, it's actually getting, like, serious stormy here now. I'm going the wrong way. I've lost track of where that tree was. Nope, there it is. I knew I was close. And thankfully there's a fuel tank here too that I can take advantage of. Okay. Looks like the rest of the fruit on here isn't actually grabbable anyway, so this was not worth the trip. We'll go ahead and just siphon this off. Okay. This is not ideal, but we're gonna have to drive into these conditions. So we don't really have much choice. Thankfully, we can snag both anchors reasonably easily, since they're not too far from each other. Just gotta get out of the goo and back onto the road. Not that the road's gonna help too much with current conditions, but it's still better than the speed we travel in the goo. Of course, there's saw blades over here too. Thankfully, we can kind of leave the car up on the road, it looks like, reasonably safely. Ooh, there's another one of those trees over there, too. It looks like the car is going to stay safe sitting here. We're going to leave the car on because we're going to need to boogie as soon as I snag what I'm snagging. It didn't tell me what it... Wait. Hot dust. Oh, was I conflating an instability thing with radiated? Yeah, this is just radioactive. Okay. I should be able to go in here long enough to get this. Or there's nothing to be reached there. Never mind. Took damage for nothing. Oh yeah, no, this area's getting hella stormy. Yoink. Oh, never mind about grabbing the other anchor. Considering the storm appeared right on top of it, that's a no-go on that one, Chief. And we're gonna have to do our damnedest to outrun this one. Oh wait, it disappeared. Oh, because it changed to a zone closing around me instead. Okay. The situation has changed. Oh, we're in trouble, actually. Because I can't keep enough speed. I'm also not sure if this tunnel's gonna take me where I'm trying to go, actually. Vehicle protection compromised. It's also pulling hard left because I think the tunnel's not taking me where I needed to go. I fucked up. Getting real spooky out here now. Oh, why did the car have to fight me now? I don't know what that purple triangle is, but that's probably not good either. I don't know if I can climb this right now with the shape the car is in. But we're gonna have to if we're gonna have a prayer of getting out of here alive. Yeah, the car is just saying no. We might be about to die here, actually. Wait, come on. Oh, the mud. No. We were so close. Part of the problem is the tires are fucked. Yep, we're dying. It's over. Now I can't see. If I had healing items in hand, I might actually been able to make it out of this, but I can't. Turning your whole screen dark red like this kind of sucks. Like, obviously you're not supposed to get into this position, but look, there's the exit right there, but we're not gonna make it. If I had my healing items in hand, we might have actually made it. But instead, we're gonna be, like, right there and then die. That kind of sucks. Like, I don't even feel tension from that, I just feel annoyed. Is we got robbed on that one.
I owe you an apology. I screwed up. I nearly got you killed. The things I used to calculate as easily as turning a screwdriver, they're foggy now. The numbers don't work themselves out like they used to. I haven't been myself for a long time, but I haven't
Needed to be. It's been me and this cursed place I created and nothing else for decades.
All things considered, we came out of that not too bad, though.
The mass hallucination is still out there. I need to know what it is, and why the remnants are connected to it. Francis was right about the remnant and the mass hallucination's paired signals. If we can get them together, maybe they'll cancel each other out and you'll be free. It's a shaky theory.
Yeah, we came out of that not too bad. We lost the basic resources, but we kept the plasma charger.
Remnant drives you mad. Or, if you're willing to work with me, I'll give you the best chance to survive this thing. Think it through. And fix up your car while you're doing it. You'll need to for whatever you decide from here.
Do we at least still have the information from when I traveled out there?
To do this with me?
Nope.
Here's a spot of good news. We aren't completely helpless when it comes to the instability. Back when the zone was active, we built ways to get where we needed to go. I need you to head back towards Sierra. But don't worry, I won't make you jump into Cappy again. When you're feeling up for it, take the route back to Sierram. I'll tell you what's next once you're there.
Okay, now that she's done... Oh, never mind, she's not done chattering.
It happened again. I can't believe I missed it.
Now are you done? Okay.
Are you making use of my
For
fabrication
fuck's sake.
to fix up that junker? You should while I'm still in the mood to allow it. And there's the test track behind the garage, if you need to take anything for a spin.
You done now? Okay.
Have you found the friendly dumpster yet?
Yes, we've talked to the friendly dumpster repeatedly, lady.
As much as the
Jesus
zone takes
Christ.
away, sometimes
The reason why I got aggravated with how we just failed there is that's not how it operated the last time we were pulling anchors. So I didn't understand what they changed there. Or maybe I missed it on the map when it was working that way before. And it may very well be that they kept that from being a problem until you reached a certain point. But sometimes you end up giving your players bad information when you scale out mechanics certain ways. I suppose is the best way to explain my thought process on that. Is I did not anticipate the closing zone at all, because it hadn't happened before. So I had no way to anticipate that, and thanks to the layout of that area, we kind of just got screw-jobbed. And that's where the I'm not sure if this was reasonable necessarily bit comes from on that. Oh, okay, that's to protect the vehicle. All in all, this is a really neat game, and I probably will play more of it. I just need to think a bit more about it, and whether I'm in the right mind space right now for it. Because I was having a good time when I was just messing about, exploring and learning things about this world. Now that it's becoming kind of, in order to get things out of the fabricator, I'm going to have to repeat things multiple times, and the fact that you can't really move on the map the way I would like to, I'm kind of just running into restrictions that I'm not sure I enjoy or agree with, I think is the problem. And that's where the origin point of I'm not sure if I'm actually as invested in this as I was initially comes in from. Okay, I did grab the panel. I thought I grabbed the door because that's what I was trying to grab, so I could put a new trunk on. It's like the car mechanics are good. The game is overall fun, just I have some question marks I need to think on. I have an extra door, so I guess I'll just melt that down, because I don't really have the space to be keeping an extra door laying around. No, I just get nothing for that, huh? Good. I'm sad that we lost the, like, weird fruit gem thing that we'd gotten. I wanted to know what that did. But I did say that that was going to be probably our last jaunt out, so I will find us somewhere to go, and we will move on with our lives for the day. I just wanted to make my thoughts clear, rather than ending sounding like I was aggravated, because I'm not happy with how that played out, but it probably is how this game is meant to function, whether I agree with it or not. And there is a positive side to it, because it means you're discouraged from just grabbing the anchors whenever, which I was already getting pushed away from anyway by virtue of assuming that those green storms were happening because of it. But the sudden change from there being one of those green storms to having that circle closing in really feels like something weird happened there, and I just don't understand enough about it to know whether it was supposed to work out that way or not. There was something else I wanted to talk about before I found us a place to go, and it's escaping me right now. So I will say, I'm definitely seeing more and more why I had heard repeatedly that this was going to be either a game that you love or hate. And maybe it's just be that I'm hitting just the perfect point of the game trips a bit. Is like the beginning was good. Everything up till this last little section here was decent. This may just be like a tripping point for the game, and I am curious, actually. How long is this game? Okay. So it's pretty long. Which those times do kind of put it on the edge of where I would usually be streaming something. So this may very well be a one-off like I had said it might be earlier. Or it may end up being a case of I chew on it a bit more off camera to like grind up the resources. So I just don't know how enjoyable it will be for people to watch me go out there, harvest a bunch of resources, grab energy so we can upgrade stuff in the fabricator, and then just go out and do that again. Especially considering I went in a wildly different direction and we saw basically the same stuff again. It makes me wonder how much variety there is actually in the game. Which is where all of the thoughts kind of start coming into a culmination together. But at the end of the day, it's, I think, mostly a feeling of uncertainty rather than a negative feeling, if that tells people anything. I don't know how useful a statement that is either, but that's I think where I'm at right now. And I do think that the death to the area under Cappy might have been the tipping point. Is yes, my own decisions started that process, but we definitely were more or less killed by the game design to a certain degree there too, because they gave you bad information as to where you were supposed to be going. Especially when you consider the fact that it's a wild change from, oh yeah, just drive down this path to the middle of the thing. Oh, you have to be higher. By the way, that higher point's like miles away to get to. I don't know. Maybe again, if I just come into that with full awareness and fully equipped car and everything, maybe it would have still worked out fine. Maybe they didn't intend you to rush to that. There's too many question marks about what they intended for me to be like, okay, yeah, this is on me, or yes, this was on them, in any particular regard there. Not that I like to be, oh yeah, this is the game design's fault either, because that's honestly a cop-out. But it is a factor. They do all kind of come together to cause the end result that happened. If that makes sense. There are some good people on my list, but nothing that's jumping out at me as a, yes, I absolutely want to go there. So since I have intentions of getting specific work done after this, I think this is going to end up being a no raid day, especially since my mood has kind of pivoted a bit. I don't know if I want to bring in where my head's at the moment to others, if that makes sense. It's like, don't know how to explain the mood I've shifted into here. It's not necessarily a negative mood, but it's not really a positive one either. And I know this may set a bad example in some cases, but I think this will just be a no-raid day, and just so I can focus elsewhere. So I'm also not a big believer, if I can help it, in raiding in and immediately running. But that would be more than likely what I would end up doing. So, with all of that yammering aside, let me get you through the handful of things we need to talk about before we wrap up completely then. So, we are going to be doing more or less normal schedule tomorrow. I'm just gonna open this back up so there's something playing while I chatter on about this. So yeah, tomorrow, more or less normal schedule. I'll figure out what I'm doing tomorrow because Vale and I kind of mutually needed a little bit of a break from Archipelago shenanigans and other complicated things because we both have a decent amount of stuff going on right now. Or more than me, arguably, but that's neither here nor there on that score. Then obviously Saturday is going to be back to the Minecraft collab with all of the usual gremlins. Then Sunday, obviously there's nothing. Monday might end up being late because I'm going to have to take care of a real life concern. Nothing major, just I've got people coming in to do work and I can't really be streaming while they do work. And I don't know if anybody else is going to be there to take care of that one or if I'm going to have to handle that. So that's currently an up in the air thing, though I may very well wait till they're done regardless of whether other people are home, just in case. Because, you know, you don't really want interruptions when you're trying to get stuff done. And then Tuesday it'll be back to Freedom Unite with Pazzy and Vale unless I hear something interrupting that. Thursday, we actually have something special planned. It'll be another collab. I'm not going to reveal everybody that's involved in that until we get closer, just in case people end up needing to back out for one reason or another, so there's no, oh, I expected this person to be there, but they're not. But I would be playing Repo with a full group. So if you're interested in that game, you may want to look forward to next week. And then next Friday, I don't know what I'm doing yet. That's gonna partially depend on talking to Vale about things and whether she'll be up for doing more complicated things next week, and whether we can actually agree upon an Archipelago setup or what have you for that day or not. But yeah, that brings you up to date on all of my current intentions. If you're interested in learning more about any of that, make sure to keep an eye on the Blue Sky, which the link tree can lead you to. I don't really do anything with Twitter at this point, as most of you have long since learned. Yeah, I'm just gonna stop rambling because otherwise I'm just gonna sit here and ramble for another like half an hour. Thank you all for taking the time to be here. Apologies for the shift in thought process along the way there, and hopefully you all have a good night. I'll see you tomorrow. Bye, everybody.